Rock, rock, rock. That's what I do. Rock. Um, Happy Saturday evening, afternoon, Saturday, everyone. Yeah, this right here. Happy Saturday, everyone. Um, just I didn't stream today, so I wanted to make sure I at least pulled up one stream and kept it open for a little while. It's an open panel, but it's going to be a limited open panel. It's the just the people that I think are gonna have the type of conversations that I'm hoping to have tonight, and that's about it. So it's a case by case basis. Um, Other than that, let me take a look at the news. Still Biden and the tropical storm, which I think was a hurricane a few days ago, so that might be good news. And then that British guy won the election. Keir Starmer. I hope I got your name right, sir. I don't. I'm not the best with British. Speaking of though, I've been revisiting the American Revolution, and I keep looking for some kind of story that can hold us together as a nation. And I'm realizing we have one. It's the damn story of the American Revolution and the 13 colonies, 13 very different colonies. That some of the colonies split off of previous colonies because of disagreements, creative differences, whatever. So it wasn't a harmonious group of people, but there was some kind of value that they all shared that was threatened or under attack by the idea of continued British tyranny. And it tied them together. So if 13 colonies can do it, and America emerged from that because that was before we had a country. The what really impressed me about the rebels, I'll call them, because they had the founding fathers, like the upper class gentlemen that helped organize and execute the thing. But the energy that came from it came from it's the same people that complain on the panels. And I want to give you your due about taxation. It was the Stamp Act that really started to set them off. They felt like it was unfair because it was imposed without their consent or ability to participate, which is one of my big complaints. I talked about that reactance on another stream. And so they had this, I very much relate to that reaction. And America emerged out of that. It was a consequence of having enough people like that around that decided that that's worth fighting for. And it's probably the or first and or best country so far that to me that was created, maybe not specifically, but significantly around that value, and have this be a place where that value can happen. And those founding fathers did not play. The Sons of Liberty, they remind me of some of the right wing militias like the J6ers and Antifa. It was that kind of revolutionary. We're not going to take your oppression anymore or your unfairness. We're the people. We're going to have a say in how we're governed, etc. And I'm realizing a lot of my own kind of rebelliousness or cussedness. Perhaps it's an American trait. I always put it down as a Cajun trait, but Cajuns actually are kind of a peaceful, pastoral people. We can kick up when we need to, but the Cajun pattern that I'm familiar with is like docile, even-tempered, gentle, with spikes of temper when you get them irritated, which is what I have. But my dad's side of the family actually comes from New England, and we were one of the Mayflower people, so that was the Pilgrims, not the Puritans, but the Pilgrims, and they were coming here for religious freedom, to kind of create their own version of the new religion. And so I have to remember that those are also my people too. We have roots going back to the Mayflower, the American Revolution, etc. So I know that that's part of my heritage as well. And it's just good for me to revisit that with today's eyes, because I'm really seeing America in a, I think, a more holistic, with a more holistic perspective now. Um, I think you need that diachronic, that historical perspective to really understand and appreciate our present moment. So that's what I've been doing. In fact, I might the History Channel has a very interesting series called The Story of Us. It's kind of an update of some of the previous PBS type series that were made, and it's it's very surreal. I'm enjoying it just as an aesthetic experience, because they'll show reenactments of historical scenes, and they're very careful. What really comes through in The Story of Us is that it wasn't just a bunch of upper class white guys. Like, it was everybody. There were so many different groups from the origin, even before we had a country, that had a stake in what happened in the outcome of these battles. And to see the diversity that was there from the beginning, like the Lexington Concord, where the first shot was fired, they had actual black slaves in the militia helping to fight. Black people were fighting from the country from the start. And women, they kind of bring in the role of some of the women behind the scenes and how important they were. So you get a much more diverse and, I think, realistic picture of our founding. But at the same time, they do these weird, you know how on the Discovery Channel or the Science Channel, like in the dinosaur shows, they'll have these CG. They're like really kind of primitive, low res CGI scenes of digital dinosaurs and birds flying and the palm trees waving and stuff. They'll cut to those periodically to tell about the land or some of the animals or plants. So it's part like science special, part history special, part, I wouldn't say it's woke, but it's a more balanced, nuanced, richer view of history. And I've only watched the first episode. I'm really enjoying it, so I might continue to watch that in the Discord later. So that's what's been going on with me lately. We'll see what comes out of that. If anyone wants to come up, talk, well, not anyone, but you know, roll the dice. See, at this point, I might take anyone. I'm going to keep it going the usual half hour or so, unless I get a panelist or two, and then probably show up again tomorrow. It is so hot here. I got the big box fan blowing on me right now, and I'm still dripping. Whew. Let me see who's streaming right now. This Glenn Lawrence keeps showing up because other people on my list restream him. And they're always having interesting conversations about kind of male-female dynamics, sometimes red pill stuff, sometimes mental health. And they were talking about like gay the other day. Can you keep your kid from becoming gay? He's really the only person I see streaming now that's doing a panel type show. Well, I don't have anything else. We could dust off the AI. Any questions for Genomai? I did the equity thing yesterday. I'm really kind of like, my attention tunnel right now is really kind of on American Revolution. And then I want to maybe go back and read the original documents. That's how it was presented to us. I don't know where. I don't know if high school, or I think high school we just had a textbook. I think at the nerd school, did we learn American history? I think we did do some selections from. And then at college, they presented the primary document. So you would read like the Federalist Papers, the Declaration of the Constitution, Franklin's autobiography, some of the journals, etc. So I want to go back and read some of those primary documents. Oh, wow. Well, thank you. plasma. I'm glad somebody gets something out of it. I'm honestly just trying to help, and if I can share what I went through and what helped me, maybe it'll help somebody else. Um, that's really all this is. Oh yeah, I was gonna do AI, or we could talk to some kind of historical figure if you want. What about my favorite founding fathers? Benjamin Franklin is just he is the daddy of America, and I didn't know about his son, but when he came back from London, when they kicked him out because he sided with America, um, his son was not for the new country. His son was still loyal to England, and his son and him were very close. They had a very tight father-son bond. And Benjamin Franklin had to choose between his son and the new country, and he picked the country over his son. And their relationship was never the same. I don't even know if they talked again. So the documentary shows stuff like that too. So Benjamin Franklin is one, and George Washington. And that's another point that these shows bring out is how it was people like us. These were working class people. These were not professional. These were not the elites, whatever that is. Like this was people like right here in the Panelverse. They had people that like outlaws, people in trouble with the law, people with crazy conspiracy theory, like all types of just people from all sections of America that showed up to participate. And it was the ordinary people that pulled it off. And that like I don't know, I'm so inspired by that story. There's got to be a story in there that we could all take some kind of pride in that can tie us together. Because if we're faced with another external enemy, I want to know that the left coast, the Yankees, the blue states, Minnesota, Louisiana, the South, Texas, Florida can all come together and fend off. I don't know if we'll have another ground war. Seems like that would end pretty quickly. But I know there's the theory now, is it 4th gen warfare or 5th gen? That the next war is going to be, I kind of do think we're probably in some kind of little Cold War. Or maybe a big Cold War. I don't know. How do you evaluate Cold Wars? They're so subjective. But some kind of information warfare, like with like social media and propaganda and all that. And some of that kind of started with Russiagate. And so that we are in a kind of war. It's just not a conventional war, or one that we necessarily may know that we're in, or how to fight, if we're even in one. So I don't know. I just continue to do my thing and try to be intelligent and critical and analytical about things. Oh, we may have a paneler. We do, in fact. We have Mr. Zatoichi.
Hello, sir.
Hi, what's up? I saw you on Glenn's earlier.
Yeah,
or you were streaming it.
I go there once in a while, and I have nothing to say because they're always talking about, relationships between men and women, and it's like I've had bad relationships in my career, so I have nothing to talk about how to treat your wife and all that bullshit.
Oh,
But yeah,
yeah,
I enjoy going there. They always have an interesting panel,
yeah, they do, and I like the guests that show up.
Yeah, like that. There's that guy from Ireland that's always there, Teriak or whatever his name.
Oh, is that where he's from? The little blonde kid?
Yeah.
He's Irish. Okay, I keep seeing it, but I don't know much about him.
Yeah. So, what are you up to? Talking about war, ground war?
Yeah, the Revolutionary War, and how like it's the story. It's the story of us, and like finding a story that can unite us as Americans. And then we had the Civil War, which kind of tore us apart. And I think a lot of people, their story of America starts there. And I think that there's better stories that we can draw on as a nation than constantly reliving the Civil War. Like, of all the stories that we were involved in, why would you want to build a future America on the Civil War narrative instead of the Revolutionary War or maybe World War I, World War II, etc.?
Right. Well, you know, the Civil War was the only time that Americans spilled Americans' blood in the whole
Yeah, it
history.
was a dark time,
Yeah.
and I don't know how we're going to get unity out of that, like using that as the most significant thing about America.
Yeah, well, you won't, because there's some people who still side with the South, and there's other people that want to tear down the statues, and you know,
Yeah, it's divisive, and
yeah, there's division, right?
focus on that so much. The focus on the um the Civil War narrative, or more global, like they're doing it intentionally to keep the division going.
Yeah, probably.
That I don't
Well,
know.
I don't know. To me, it seems like a lot of people do it out of almost like state pride, you know,
Oh, like
with the
they're
Confederate.
proud of the part of America that they're in, like
Yeah, and they have
rather than America as a whole,
right,
and they see the other half of America as the enemy.
or at least they just see them as different, you know.
Right, as we're not those other people.
Yeah, outsiders, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think that's the healthiest state for most Americans to be in for a society. I guess that is what bothers, like what the issue for me is are you American, or are you like a regionalist, like
Hmm.
part of America?
Yeah, I get you. Well, that's the thing, you know, like everybody accuses Trump of being so racist, and he said something to the effect of, you know, I don't care if you're blue or green or whatever. He's like, you're all American, you know?
Yeah, you're all equally suckers in
Yeah,
my book.
right.
And yeah, I never got, like, I grew up with Trump in the 80s and Apprentice and all that. I
Me
never
too.
he never struck me as particularly racist or even homophobic. So
No,
those
he's a,
that narrative never really did stick for me with Trump.
he's a much more intelligent and decent person than we were led to believe 4 years ago.
Well, I mean, he is a narcissist, and I
Yeah,
have my
sure.
own experience with those. So,
What are you going to do, though? I mean, you know, you
right.
don't get to a position like that without having some kind of psychotic tendencies.
All he has to do is defend the values that we're aligned on, that I'm supporting him for because of. He just has to go in and consistently fight for those values. And as long as he does that, that's all I need him to do.
Yeah.
And
Well,
don't fuck up the country.
I hope he stays true to his word, and I hope he doesn't try to become a dictator.
I mean, he had 4 years to do. I mean, the other thing with Trump is that 4 years of Trump really gave me a lot more faith and hope in our system than I might
Mm,
have had before, because it withstood all of his little attempts to do that. And so I feel more comfortable putting him back in it because
right,
it did show how strong it can be.
right. It's not just up to one man, especially not the president.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the people with money and power are not the president.
I'm interested where these crazy fascist Republicans are, because I looked at in fact, I did the AI. I looked at the definition of fascism, and then I looked at the Republican, like Pew did a breakdown of all the Republicans and what they value and believe. And it seemed like the opposite of fascism. So I'm very interested how Republicans got associated with fascism when it seems to describe more of what I see on the left.
Yeah, well, you know, you're right, because like they asked people, oh, who was it that freed the slaves? Was it the Democrat Party or the Republican Party? And they're like, oh, definitely the Democrats. And it was Abraham Lincoln who was the first Republican. And it's like, you know, there's all kinds of things like that where they say, oh, who did this? Who did that? You know, and it's always like to the benefit of black people or minorities.
Oh,
And
I'm indoctrinated. I just found out. Can you help me get unindoctrinated? What do I do?
you have to see an indoctor.
Because hang on, let me try to find it. It was stuff like, yeah, watch. I'll show it. So fascism is like a strong centralized government. That's one of the features of fascism. Look, um, government is doing too many things better left to business and individuals.
Mm.
It's the blue ones that think, no, government is not doing enough. These people think that government is doing too much. It's not the government's job to protect people from themselves. Look, the Republicans, they are the ones that want less centralized. This is the centralized government. And the darker the blue, the more to the progressive side it is. Look, everyone has the power to succeed. 90, they're in the 90s, Republicans believing in individuals' own ability to direct their life versus the blue. So that doesn't look like fascism to me.
No, it doesn't.
So I don't know if is that indoctrination? Is it the Pew poll and the actual definition of fascism that's indoctrination?
Well, no.
If I really want to get out of my indoctrination, if I have it, that doesn't sound like a good thing to have.
No, but it's like,
yeah, no, I read the ruling, not lost. That's not what it says. If you want to like read the ruling and go through it, we can, but that's not what it says. You might be the one propagandized.
mm. I don't know. That statement's a little much for me to unpack.
Well, plasma. So what else is going on in your world?
My world.
How was the ribs?
Oh, they came out really good, surprisingly.
Did y'all have fireworks?
We didn't, but I heard them all goddamn night till like 2 a.m. People were blowing off some massive fireworks. It's okay though. I mean, that stuff doesn't bother me. And then right after the fireworks stopped, we had a wicked thunderstorm that lasted all night and all day practically. And thunder, crazy thunder, shaking the house left and right. So it was like the 4th of July just kept going. Nature just took over.
I don't know about this case. I just tried to look for it. What do I Google? Not lost. I doubt they're going to kill representative democracy. That the most undemocratic or anti-democratic policy I have encountered so far has been that DEI equity stuff that I keep showing that's making its way into the state government and in some departments at the federal level.
I keep
and
hearing
the implicit bias and unconscious bias and policing people's subconscious.
What does DEI stand for? I don't know. I keep hearing
diversity, equity, inclusion. It's the wokeness. It's the everything's racist. People are secretly racist. They just don't realize it. They need racial experts to come and show them how racist they are. These are actual departments in governments that are putting out policies and trainings based around this belief. Systemic racism, stuff like that. Like America secretly hates black people and wants to do everything they can to help them not succeed secretly.
I don't know. I'm just so confused with humanity. Why did it be this complicated, you know?
Some of it, I think, was social media. I mean, a lot of this started before, but mostly like in colleges and books and stuff. But once social media came along, you could make videos and memes and little short bites of it. I think it was easier to get out there.
Yeah. And so many people are so ill-educated as to what they're really talking about these days. It's scary, you know.
I know. It was kind of always like that, like even with Fox News, I remember back in the late 80s. But
Yeah, but not.
But
I mean,
smart people do it too. Like, I don't think smart people are immune from it. They're adopting propaganda as well.
what do you mean?
They hire white. Where is this happening? Not corporations are. Maybe the white fella is more qualified. I wouldn't hire on record. I would hire on who could do the job. So I don't know what one has to attend. What if the white felon has a college degree or even like a master's or graduate degree in that field and the black person with the clean record doesn't? Would you still hire him? I never know if not laws is just still manning, like playing devil's advocate, or if he actually thinks this. Because we already have laws, discrimination laws. So if an employer is caught, and you have to prove it, if they're caught discriminating, do we have laws already? There's redress for that. Well, I don't. What's a general statistic? That's what I'm saying. It's so abstract. How does that show that any one person is racist? What is inherent? That's what I'm talking about. What the fuck is inherent racism? This like mystical force that like sin or spooky whiteness at a distance. That's what sounds crazy to me. And this is making its way into official government policy. This belief that there's this invisible racism out in the air that's infecting everyone.
I'll be right back. I gotta get a drink or something.
All right. Not, do you any chance you want to come up and expand on this? I've never understood it from the start. And I remember in 2020 when George Floyd and Robert D'Angelo, the white fragility came out all around the same time. I was in some Zoom groups with a lot of middle, upper class, white, liberal type people. And all of a sudden at the same time, every one of these groups I would go to suddenly started thinking everybody around them was racist. And I thought that was the wildest thing. I'm like, why all of a sudden are you thinking all of these people that you're in society with are racist? Your coworkers, your friends, like where did this come from all of a sudden? It was wild to me. Because I'm from the South. I'm from Louisiana. I know racism, like real actual racism. And I knew that all of these people were not racist. Or maybe they were. Like maybe a friend of mine told me once, she pulled me aside and she said, "Look, Jeff, this DEI, this equity stuff," she said, "it's not made for people like you. It is made for people that did not grow up around black people. They haven't interacted with black people much. Their first black person might have been college, etc." And of course, my answer was, "Well, then why do I have to take it? I was raised by black people. I don't need this stuff." But it makes sense. I think it is. I think there are some people that it helps them to know how to interface with the rest of the country, including black people, because they grew up so sheltered. But I don't think that's most of us. So the people that need this, like the rest of America 101, maybe they should have the option for it, but I don't think it should be imposed on the rest of us, just like the Stamp Act. What black neighborhood did they bomb? Wait, what? This sounds like propaganda. That's not inherent racism. That's if even if that's true, that's those specific people in the government that are making those decisions. That's not inherent. I don't know why that's inherent racism. That's actual racism from 30 years ago, if that even happened. I don't know what you're talking about.
Never heard about no bomb.
Well, can you just give me something to Google? Like, they probably have a name of it, like the Tulsa massacre or something. I don't know that they do drugs at the same rate, and do they do the same kind of drugs? I honestly don't know, but I grew up around black neighborhoods, and those were the ones with more crime. Those are the ones you had to be more careful driving through, walking through, etc. And that was a real thing. That wasn't just, and the white neighborhoods, I didn't have to worry as much about that kind of stuff. Nobody did.
And that's not racist to say that.
There are neighborhoods in New Orleans that the cops won't even go in. Like if there's a call from that neighborhood, they won't even go because it's too dangerous for them.
I believe it.
Fatty, you want to come up? I'm cooking. Okay, well, no, I don't have to look it up. If you want to, if you seriously want to communicate your point, you can provide me with the information and I'll take a look at it.
Cooking. What are you cooking?
I do like that people are cooking and listening to the stream at the same time.
I know. It's like they're listening to the old school radio or something, you know? Like our parents used to do.
What our parents used to do?
Yeah, well, they would listen to the radio like when they were cooking or something, you know, like,
Oh, yeah.
or have the TV on and listening to it, you know.
Oh, now we're the TV. Oh,
Yeah, so cool. Yeah.
I'm now the TV. Well, right. I hope I can provide you what our parents got from there. Like, was it Harvey? Was it Paul Harvey? Harvey Paul?
No, Paul Harvey. Yeah.
Paul Harvey, that kind of stuff. Rush Limbaugh, I remember him.
Oh, yeah.
1985 Philadelphia. Okay, I'll look that up. You know what? I'm going to see if the AI knows it and how many. We'll play 20 questions with the AI and see how long it gets it. Takes it to get it. What happened in Philadelphia in 1985? And if it's a hugely significant incident, it should come up right away.
It's called the Philadelphia experiment.
The MOVE bombing. It did come up right away. A
it?
Tragic standoff between MOVE, M-O-V-E, between the Philadelphia Police Department and MOVE, which was a Black liberation organization. Here's a summary of what happened. It sounds like Stonewall. A tense situation escalated between the police and MOVE members living in the house. The police dropped a bomb on the house. Damn! Which resulted in a fire that destroyed neighboring homes. 11 people, including 5 children, died in the fire. Okay, dang. That does seem like overkill. I don't necessarily know that it's racially motivated. I'm going to look up more information. But that does seem a little excessive to bomb a house and set other houses around it on fire.
How did they drop a bomb on it? Did they have like a plane fly over or something, or what?
I'm looking into it now. I'm on the case.
That's bizarre. I'm not laughing because it's a terrible tragedy, but you know, it's like it's bizarre to think of.
I wonder if there's a documentary on it. That seems like it would make a good movie. Fatty, is it white people? Like they won't, is it like the militia white people? They're so dangerous they won't go there. Yeah, I'm not saying it's only black people, but I'm saying in certain regions the crime is not distributed equally, nor is the danger or threat level. Cobbs Creek, Philadelphia. It was a helicopter. They dropped 2 explosive devices from a helicopter onto the roof of a house occupied by this organization. And then it says they allowed the fire to burn out of control. I need more detail on that part. And it destroyed 61 previously evacuated neighboring homes over 2 city blocks, leaving 250 people homeless. God damn. Okay. So did they tell everybody in 2 blocks, we need you to leave your house tonight? Just trust us. And then they dropped this bomb and everybody's house burned? That is fucked up.
That sounds like what happened.
Okay, neighbors were complaining for years about the trash around this building, though, and the confrontations with the neighbors, and these people, this organization would take a bullhorn out in the street and start screaming political messages. So they were kind of being a nuisance before this for a while.
Okay. But do they deserve to get bombed?
The police obtained arrest warrants charging 4 of them with crimes, including parole violations, illegal possession of firearms, making terroristic threats. These were not innocent victims.
Yeah.
The neighbors may have been, but these were not. They classified MOVE as a terrorist organization. The police commissioner did. Police evacuated the residents from the area prior to their actions, and they were told they would be able to return to their homes after a 24-hour period. This is not making the case for trust the cops.
No.
All right, let's see. May 13th, 1985. I was in high school. I didn't hear anything about this.
Oh, me either. 85 this was?
Yeah, just so like the end of 85, whatever grade you were in 85, it would have been right around the end of that.
I was
just this summer was starting.
I was either a sophomore or a junior in high school.
Yeah, same here. They shut off water and electricity to try to force them to move out of the house. He read them a long speech. Attention, MOVE. This is America. You have to abide by the laws of the United States. They're treating him like an autonomous zone. They were given 15 minutes to come out. When they did not respond, they decided to forcibly remove the people. Inside were 7 adults and 6 children. There was an armed standoff. They threw tear gas canisters. The MOVE people shot at the cops, and a gunfight ensued with semi-automatic and automatic firearms for 90 minutes. Damn, that's like out of an action movie.
This is like the first Waco.
So there were a 90-minute shootout before they dropped the bomb. One officer was hit in the back of his flak jacket, but not seriously hurt. They used more than 10,000 rounds of ammunition. At 2 p.m., whoever this chief is, the police commissioner, ordered the compound be bombed. And apparently they already had it set up because they were ready to go with the bomb. So that was their plan B. The bomb exploded after 45 seconds, igniting a gasoline-powered generator and setting the house on fire, which was left to burn. Officials later stated that this was to let the fire burn through the roof and destroy the bunker so police could then drop tear gas into the house and flush out the occupants. So they were trying to bomb the roof so they could throw tear gas in and smoke out the occupants. Instead, they blew up the whole building and 2 blocks of the neighborhood.
Yeah, good job.
And they shot at the firefighters who came and tried to put the fire out. Not the police, the neighborhood. What?
Wow.
The only survivors were Birdie Africa and Ramona Africa, and they both escaped. And they were both men. A man named Birdie and another man named Ramona. Last name Africa. And they shot at the police. No, the police shot at them. Never mind. As they were trying to escape. Okay, I'm going to need a documentary on this.
Right?
This is the next Die Hard.
There has to be one on Netflix or somewhere. Do you remember when those guys robbed the Bank of America? I think it was in California, and they had the full body armor, and they were ex-military. And they had this enormous shootout with the cops, and at the end of it, they both ended up committing suicide rather than get captured. But they fired thousands and thousands of rounds at the cops, and vice versa.
I found.
Oh, sorry.
Here, I'll put this in the chat. It's like an hour-long documentary. I might watch it later. Yeah, thank you, Not Lost. I honestly had never heard of this. It did not make it onto our news screens back in 1985.
All right.
And yeah, we were too busy waking up before we go-goed and all that. And this did not. We didn't have the same access to news and information that everyone does now. I can't imagine being a teenager now and having everything going on in the world at the tip of my phone every single day.
It'd drive you crazy if you let it.
Even like major events like the Challenger when it blew up.
Oh yeah.
Reagan getting shot, that kind of stuff was like those 1 or 2 events a year were enough. Like they were really big deals when they happened. Everybody would gather around the TV, etc.
Yeah.
So having that every single day, some version of that.
That happened in what, 1986, correct?
January 86.
Yeah, and they wheeled the television into our classroom, and we didn't know what the hell was happening because they never did that. And then they just kept showing the thing blow up over and over on the news. And we just sat there and watched it, and we're like, wow, like what happened?
Yeah, I remember that. That was definitely a shift. They called all of us into the library, and they showed it on the. It was the TV on the cart, though.
Yeah, the cart.
And they had it in the library, and we got called into the library to come watch this thing on TV, but we didn't know what it was. And I think they told us before they showed it, like there was an accident. We're going to watch it now. And I remembered that there was definitely a change in energy.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we ever fully went back to the before. Are you talking about Chaotic Truth? He was on our stream one day for a while, like an hour or so, and I'm ashamed to say that some of my people were not on their best behavior, and he got a little frustrated with that.
I've been on his panel. He asked me about reparations, and I said I wasn't for it, and apparently he is for it.
He wants reparations.
Yeah, that's
for what? He didn't do anything like this. We're talking generations ago.
I know.
Well, I want my Cajun reparations.
Well, check this out. You know LeVar Burton, right?
Yeah, Geordie LaForge, Reading Rainbow.
Yeah. Well, he did a DNA test, and it turns out that his great grandfather or something owned slaves, and so he's ineligible for reparations now.
Oh, we own slaves too. I guess I'm not either.
You did?
My family.
Family?
Yeah, I mean, it was the rural South, because you can see in the family tree, they list the occupation, and it says planter, and they list the number of slaves in the household. And then at some point after the Civil War, they become, I think, farmer instead of planter, because there were no more planters and slaves and plantations after that.
Yeah.
And the number of slaves in the household disappears too.
Awesome. Yeah, my people didn't own slaves unless it was back in like Roman times. I don't know.
Yes, not laws. I do want to acknowledge that individual racism does exist. There are individual racist people, absolutely. But I don't think that CT and these people you talk about are normal. I don't think it's fair to view all of Americans with the kind of suspicion that they're these people, because these people are the exception and the very fringe minority in America. And I've only seen it get better. Like there's less and less of these people every generation. So that's actual racism, but my argument is that does not apply to 90% of Americans, and it's divisive to pretend like it does, and then institutionalize it in actual policies and trainings through the state governments.
Yeah, and in schools and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Rin, good to see you. Hop on up if you want to join in. I just learned about the what's it called, the 1985 move bombing in Philadelphia, where the cops dropped a bomb on this black, this black power group, and destroyed 2 blocks of homes in the neighborhood.
I was just thinking about that for a second when you said that, and it's like I have a bass guitar that probably is worth at the minimum $3,000, at the maximum maybe $5,000. And if that shit got burned up in a fire that the police caused for no good reason, I think I'd be pretty goddamn mad. There's no replacing it. You can't just go buy another one because they only made 2,044 of them, you know?
I hope the documentary shows what happens, like if those people got justice and got.
Oh, they didn't get justice. They didn't get paid the money they were probably owed by the insurance companies. You know.
Not laws. I want to address this because if it's not immigrants, it's the Mexicans, the Chinese, or the whatever. You know what some of those whatevers are? Men, white people, Christians, religious people, straight people. So you can throw that into those groups as well. And it's left rhetoric that's directed at this. So it's not the only, conservatives are not the only one dividing people into identity groups and then directing hateful rhetoric at them. And in fact, I think the left is doing it more. Also, again, if you look at that Pew poll that I pulled up, both of the parties, both of them are strongly anti-corporate. So it seems like they'd be able to come together around that one value and do something about that if they could put aside this silly, divisive infighting. So I think you might have a little unbalanced view of the situation. If you try to look at it from all the sides, it starts to look different. Enlightened centrism. Oh, I don't know about all that. Oh yeah, the woke stuff.
What?
Yeah, I'm not just talking about it. In fact, that bothers me the least. That's just
Since when is Iron Man gay?
I don't know. I don't even. That's just a fashion trend that'll fade to something else. I'm not worried about woke media other than it's crap to watch. There's nothing on TV to watch. It's the actual policies that I've gone over many of them on my stream, particularly in my field in mental health. It's showed up in education, in the medical field, in the legal field, etc. That's more the kind of stuff that when I say wokeness, that I'm worried about. And a lot of it is diversity, equity, but it's built around this weird idea of implicit or unconscious bias that has no actual scientific validity. It's all soft social science, but when you apply actual science standards to it, it doesn't stand up, but yet policy is being made on it. Depends on what you mean by social justice. I don't think they have the problem accurately analyzed. I think they're seeing injustice where there's not actually injustice, and they're mistaking it for injustice. But actual injustice, yes, I do believe in fighting actual injustice, and we have a legal system to do that. We have civil rights laws. We have discrimination laws. It's probably never been better, actually.
Libel, right? Libel, that's a big thing today, I would imagine, with the internet.
Yeah, because there's a difference between social justice and weaponized victimhood.
Right. We see a lot of weaponized victimhood lately.
Lot. even on these panels. I think it's one strategy. Put it this way: everyone has different tools in their toolbox, and for some people, that's their go-to tool. That's what's worked for them in the past.
Yeah, it's their shield and their sword.
Well, not love. I have tried to be autistically specific about this. I've done entire streams on it. I went over. I showed some research on implicit bias. I did a whole AI conversation with it. We broke it down further and further. And then I looked at specific policies here in my state, Washington State, which was the first state to create an entire department of equity and inclusion. It's part of the state government. I showed how it's making its way into trainings, regulatory bodies, accreditation bodies. And then I looked at it at the federal level in the same field and tried to connect some of those dots. And I tied it to Biden's mental health strategy, that equity order he put out, and he revoked Trump's order that was trying to curb and limit this. So I got like so specific about this that most people are probably not even going to watch it. So you can judge for yourself if it's interpretation or if it's built around concrete facts. I don't believe we're headed for a civil war. I think whichever side is doing it, and there's probably people on both, I think they're being hysterical and catastrophic. I don't think we're there yet. And I have faith in America that we're not going to get there. Rand, would you say that well, I guess the fact that you even have to take a trip down to Argentina to see it answers my question. But would you say that's comparable to what black people go through here? Is it like Argentina? Or is that just how they think it is in their minds? And besides, even if what you're saying is true, let me grant you the woke stuff. They're oppressed, they're victims, it's unfair. I still think the better solution is to empower them, to teach them as individuals, to give them the power to take charge of their own situation, not to create this entire society that solves the problem for them and at the expense of all the rest of us. I think there's a much better solution for it, even if I grant you that it's a problem. Resiliency, anti-fragility, self-empowerment, self-determination. Then none of this stuff would even affect them at all. Right. I'm the one that keeps saying that. And when people talk about systemic racism, I have no idea what they're talking about, because racism is an individual thing. It takes place in the, you need a human mind to have racism. Right. Oh, in Argentina? I mean, there's other groups that get, I've gotten that as an autistic person. Um, Sometimes I stand out, like when I've gotten the being followed around store, like you come on security's attention when you enter a store because there's something about you that's off. Sometimes they think you're on drugs. I've gotten that in some places as a gay person. Any out group is going to experience that when they're in a social setting that the dominant in group is different from theirs. I've gotten it more. I'll tell you where I've gotten it more than anywhere else is being a male from the South, from a conservative culture here in the Pacific Northwest. That cultural difference has been more, I've been treated more differently over that than anything else in my entire life about me. Well, I'm not that shallow that I'm going to look at a picture and make some conclusions just based on the color of the skin of the in the or the gender of the people in the picture. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I don't like about the left's thinking. I think that's shallow and superficial. I want less of that kind of shallowness in our public policy. So I don't want people to look at a picture and then make policy on what they're inferring from the picture. I want them to do something a little more rigorous analysis to try to get at the actual problem. What is white these days? Did they all take a 23andMe test? You're making my point for me. Like, you're taking it to the point of ridiculousness that I've already identified as an issue. So thank you for that. I like the shades, especially at night.
Thanks. I'm doing this new thing where I don't let people see my eyes because I've been accused of having what's called the creep stare.
Are you serious? Oh my God, don't give in to that. Who cares?
Well, no, like you know who Hand Banana is?
Who?
Hand Banana. He's a streamer on YouTube.
Let me look him up.
Ask Jamie. He'll tell you. He's a
Is he
He's a weirdo. But
okay, so not a cool streamer. Hand Banana.
Yeah, but I went on his stream and he took a look at me and he goes, oh shit. He goes, look at that dead stare. He says, this guy's killed some things.
How shallow. Oh my God.
But he was right.
You have killed some things.
Well, I was paid a bottle of homemade wine to assassinate a groundhog or something. No, not a groundhog. What's the thing that gets in your garden? A woodchuck. My neighbors had me assassinate a woodchuck.
Oh, for a bottle of wine.
For it, yeah, that was one thing. I'm a paid assassin.
I'm trying to see. Okay, wait. I pulled him up. I want to take a look at him. I know plenty of non-white Republicans. Come on, dude. What era are you living in?
Neither of them
This is him?
in the trash.
Yeah.
In the trash. Neither of them went in the trash. I threw them at the trash.
Yeah, I throw things at the trash too. I relate.
Luckily, I have a bowl packed already, so we're.
He's the one that called you out for being
fresh
a
out of the
creep.
shower.
He's
because
he's
out of the shower.
he's experienced that
I'm all
before.
nappy.
So.
Got my tomato beers.
Just found out today he has a daughter. He doesn't even know how old she is. She's like 1.5 maybe. I never found out, but it's like he doesn't even know.
Not Laws, you sound like a bigot. You sound like the racist. You're obsessed with what color Congress is. I don't know what that means optically. You don't know why people vote. You think everyone that pulls the lever is like, oh, I'm voting for the white guy. Yeah, see, you make perfect example. That is your hypothesis. And I think it's not, it doesn't have a scientific basis. It's superstition, it's narrative, it's you telling yourself the story that you want to tell yourself about this that somehow makes sense to you, but I don't think you're interested in actually why. I just don't. I just think it's like your brain needs a placeholder story, and racism works for you. But I think you're being very unfair to your fellow countrymen if you're American. We'll come up and talk about it.
You sure your head's all right, Jeff?
I have been known to be half retarded, so I do have blind spots. Maybe there's something I'm not seeing, but it's not this.
I don't know. I don't get that.
Crap.
You don't radiate that at all to me. I think you're pretty fucking sharp and pick up on a lot of things that I don't. You know?
I miss a lot too, a whole lot. Anything going on tonight?
It's 8:00, right? Or close.
Here it's like 5, coming to 5. Oh, Glenn Lawrence is still streaming.
Yeah, I gotta give my cockatiel his medicine. He's old. He's 17, which is pretty old for a little bird, you know.
What? Wait, hang on. The look at a picture of Congress was your historically provable example. What, dude? You are so shacrackulated over this. I've also been accused of not using logic, so maybe it is me, and maybe I just don't follow your well-reasoned thought. But you said to look at a picture of Congress. Why are they all white? Why are Republicans white as bread? Whiter than bread?
Well,
actually, why are they all white, old, and men? And there was a reasoned argument somewhere there, and I did miss it. I apologize.
take a look at the picture of the signing of the Declaration of Independence and tell me how many black guys you see in that picture. It was all white men back then.
No, I don't think slavery was good for black people. You think because you see a few people on social media say that Americans think that's what I'm talking about. This right here, it's brain rot. It impairs your ability to think rationally.
All I know is everything that you thought the Democrats stood for, it turns out they stand against.
I found that out. I found that to be as well, and I can only think that maybe there were different factions within the Democratic Party, and different factions got or have the upper hand now than when I was in it, or the generations like are so different that the new generation is just not even the same Democrats or some combination of both.
Everything seems to like move in waves, you know, like there's always this generational shift and then it changes after, like, for example, I put it this way, like I used to know a lot of kids who their parents did smoke pot or did drugs, as they said back then, you know, but they just smoked pot. And the kids would not touch alcohol or weed. They would not touch it because their parents did it. And then I imagine when they grow up and have their own children, their children will smoke pot and drink alcohol because their parents don't do it. You know, it's like it comes in waves. And then their children will not do it.
So the next generation's going to grow up.
But it's always repeating.
Patriotic and traditional.
Yeah, and it's a repeating pattern. You know?
Not laws. Oh, I didn't realize you were Canadian. That helps a lot. I love it when people not even from my country tell me how my country is, especially since I'm from 1970 Louisiana. So I feel a little more confident in my position on this issue than you up in there in Canada. But we're not in 1970. And I'll tell you what happened in 1992 in Louisiana when they ran David Duke. 2/3 of the state came out in droves and voted for a convicted felon, Edwin Edwards, as governor in order to keep the racist out of office. And that was 1992, and it was 2/3 then. So there's probably even less David Duke supporters, 30 years later? So I'm not worried about the racism. I've seen it nothing but improve. Yeah. Besides, we're becoming more mixed anyway. Like, what's white anyway? White's not even going to have meaning in another generation or two. So you can stop freaking out about the racism. I think it's safe. But you are in Canada. I understand things are different there.
Well, they say eventually everybody will be sort of like a brownish, whitish color. You know, like we'll all just blend into one massive race. You know. Eventually, like over years and years and years.
We're supposed to look. They did a study on the most normal, the average human look, and it was like this Chinese guy, this male Chinese face. If you take the statistical norm of the human race, it would be that. Okay, there's no patriarchy. This shows you are actually the bigot that I thought you were. There's no patriarchy, just like there's no Jewish conspiracy. That's a conspiracy theory. So you are androphobic and misandric to think that. Just like somebody would be anti-Semitic if they believed in a Jewish conspiracy. Right, exactly this. Projection. You're recognizing it in me. Just look a little closer to yourself and you'll see it.
I don't see white supremacy on the rise. I don't see that at all.
There's not enough crackers left to even have the few trailer parks in America.
Yeah.
That's why this is hysteria. This is pumped up by social media. It's TikTok videos or memes or whatever is in their head, making them think that this is such an impending danger. They've watched too much Watchmen.
Yeah. Well, it's like they say, you know, like people are so freaked out about cops shooting black people, and then it turns out that it's like a very small minority of blacks that get shot by the police, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But the black on black crime is huge. The shootings all occur between the inner city individuals, you know, who have guns.
Not laws. This I agree. The undereducation of Americans. We're seeing examples of it all over the panelverse. The lower IQ, all of that. I don't know what you do about something like IQ. Some of it appears to be fixed or innate. That is a problem. We need an educated populace. I want smart people. I want America. I want all the smart people we could possibly get. I want America to be the smartest country in the, like. I'm all for raising people's IQ and intelligence. I don't want. There's some people that have a theory that some of the businesses or corporations secretly want an undereducated workforce that they control, etc. I do not. I want to bring as much IQ and education to every single individual as possible. That nothing would make me happier to see in America than more intelligence. I am not a Candace Owen fan at all, by the way. We probably agree on there. I'm not affiliated with that part of the party. I am an enlightened centrist, after all.
What do you think of the Hawk Tua girl?
Who is that?
She's some meme celebrity that just got famous for because she made one statement.
Hawk Tua?
Yeah, she's like talking about spitting on a penis or something, and she's like, "You just go Hawk Tua on that thing," and you know.
And she got fired for that? We've like, oh my God, every one of us has said worse on this stream.
No, she got famous for it.
Oh, famous. Okay.
Yeah, she's got like contracts now and a manager and all this shit, and it's like, really, just from one statement.
Is it because, okay, just help me out with this. Is it a sex thing, like a heterosexual straight male sex thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
But she's so famous now, and like, I don't know, like, it's just hard to explain. She's made $25,000 in appearance just to show up. And it's like, for what? I mean, she made one funny joke, you know. I've made lots of funny jokes in my life.
So it's not about the. I'm sure people are not watching it for the joke to laugh over and over. There's something else about her that's drawing them in.
Yeah. Well, she's like
she's working her mojo. Not laws. Have you seen the Red Pill documentary? It's free on YouTube. If you haven't, it's really worth taking a look. When people say red pill, I consider myself red pill because of that documentary. But a lot of what people call red pill is not what I associate with red pill. And the Red Pill documentary presents it, I think, in a very positive way. It was made by a feminist. She originally did it as a critique of the men's rights movement, and she went in expecting to expose how awful they were, and she came out with a completely different take. In fact, she even leaves feminism as a result of doing this movie. My friends in Canada they're worse than the Mexicans trying to get across the border. They are all clamoring to get to America. They really have it bad in Canada right now. What numbers are these? 54. Oh, lead poisoning? Yeah, I don't know about that. I probably have some. We used to play with paint. We had a lot of old homes, and like on the window sills, you could peel the paint off, and we'd sit there, we'd peel paint, just bored, like it was something to do. And I remember when we moved to our new house, my stepfather painted the wall. Like, we had this bathroom, and he painted the walls. And that was the bathroom we played school in. That was our classroom. And as we would teach, we would like peel at the paint for some. It was like this vinyl paint. You could peel these. It would peel off in these strips, and it was so fun to peel. It was like ASMR. I don't know. We just loved peeling off that paint. And he saw it one day, and he got pissed, rightfully so. Like, but that's my experience with paint and paint. So within all of that, there may be some lead in there somewhere that would explain something. See, this sounds conspiracy. Where are you getting this from? A science fiction novel? Yeah, I don't either. I think people that are substituting parasocial relationships for real world relationship, like touch the grass type, may have a distorted view of things too. And there's nothing wrong with parasocial relationships. They can be used very wisely to meet developmental needs, but you have to have a good sense of real world people too. Yeah, that's my sense of it too, that it's kind of fringe. But then I don't know where he lives, because like Uncle Fatty lives in Idaho. And so a lot of the stuff that I think is fringe is a lot more real for him because he sees it every day. So he has a different subjective sense of how dangerous it is, because for him, it probably is more dangerous in his area. Well, that's another reason you should watch the Red Pill documentary. The laws are not fair toward men. It's very hard to give them even a cursory objective glance and say that this looks fair. If you want to talk about systemic, I would say the system is still systemically oppressive toward men, if such a thing is possible. That's the closest to systemic discrimination of anything I've seen. We also have the highest suicide rates by far, like 3/4 compared to the other groups. We're like at 75% suicide at least. Working class, middle-aged white males are non-Hispanic males. It's even higher in some of the other groups. So if you don't like men, just say so. Just, own your androphobia or your misandry, whatever it is. But you don't have to rationalize it or justify it, because it just makes you look weak and shallow. Well, I haven't found anything yet that I want to replace it with, capitalism, and it works for me so far. It works better than all the other systems. I've been part of the socialist system for a little while. I was on EBT. I got a little bit of housing. In fact, I was put on a list to get the free public housing, and it takes years. You're put in a lottery. And my number came up, and I think when your number comes up, you get put on some other list, and it takes about a year on that list. And I was like the next in line, or like 2 away from housing. And I ended up getting a job, working. And I told them, I said, you know what? I have a job now. I said, I don't want the housing anymore. I want to work. I want to pay my own rent. Go ahead and give it to somebody else. I said, that's not how I want to do my housing, if I can find another way to do it. And during COVID, my EBT ended because I had lost my job. So I got on EBT for a little while. And then once things started to open back up, you had to reapply to keep it going. And I looked at the reapplication process, and I looked at my life, and I said, you know what? This will help me out a little bit. I really could use it, but I don't want to be part of the system. I don't want that to be where my food comes from. I'll just make my own income and buy my food. And that felt a lot more empowering to me, even though I had the option to take the EBT. I was just done with the system. I just wanted free from all that. I like capitalism so much better, just psychologically. It's more empowering, for mental health wise. It gives me way more choice and control, which is important to me. I'm limited by my own potential and ability. I don't have somebody else micromanaging that for me. So it may not be the perfect system, but it's honest, just like America is the best of what's available right now, and historically for my needs, capitalism is the best so far that humans have come up with that fits my needs and my values. I'm not an idealist or a perfectionist. Somehow I escaped that one. I have all the other letters except for OCD. I think the planet's going to be okay. It's pretty resilient. And we may not be the ultimate species anyway. Something may come along and replace us. I think humans are amazing. I think we're some of the most amazing creative. Human creativity and the human mind and intellect is, if there's a miracle in the universe anywhere, for me it's there. And I still don't think we necessarily need to be the pinnacle of creation or the universe. There could be other things that come and supersede us, or we could die out like the dinosaurs and all of this gets lost forever, and then something completely different comes along, or not. But I could appreciate humans for what they are without needing us to be the ultimate thing. Yeah, but I'm not gonna, even if that's true, I don't have the temperament to catastrophize about it. Right, yeah. You probably did yourself a favor, especially if you have the ability to make it on your own. It's a lot more, it's a lot smoother, efficient, less hassle. If the system is really frustrating. You get the free stuff, but it's offset by a lot of frustration for people like me. Welcome back.
That's his medicine.
Ah.
You know, Jamie, he had a cold, right?
A cold?
Yeah. And I swear to God, I'm getting a cold myself.
I watched some of his stream this morning. It was really good. Jamie, let me find his channel. He does a recovery stream.
Well, yeah, it's growth and development, but then
And he
spit cup, which is all dry.
Jamie Growth and Development.
Yeah.
And he did one this morning. He takes like one of the 12 steps each time, and he does a reading on it, discusses it. It was a very constructive conversation.
Yeah, I saw
Check out his channel.
I saw it, but then like halfway through, there was an X-Men movie on that I had never seen, so I started watching that.
I've only seen one of them. I forgot which one, but
they're pretty good.
Yeah, my friend, he wanted me to watch it because he said that I would relate to it because it's about mutants, like society trying to turn against. And I did. I totally related to it. But
yeah, I know, right? It's very relatable, but it's not really about mutants. It's about racism, ultimately. If you want to get back into that
like the prejudice toward them.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, they're not human, they're subhumans, they call them, or whatever.
They just scared.
Yeah.
Yeah, science rarely is. That's why I think we're also in need of some really good science communicators. I think that's going to become a thing too, unless the AI somehow takes that on too. I don't think science is being communicated in a way that's truly conveying what science is and does, and the expectations to have around science. Scientific literacy. That's what I picked that up in grade school in the rural South somehow, and they managed to pull it off somehow. So I know it's possible to get that back into the schools.
So you're into Satanism, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to be more into it. I'd like to meet an actual Satanist.
Have you ever read anything by Aleister Crowley?
I did. I had a book of his called 777 back in the when I was into the occult. It was one of my favorite books.
Yeah. I've read quite a bit of his stuff. Ironically, the book that I have is it's this big volume, and it's like, I think it's a combination of a lot of his writings, but right on the cover it has 444 on it.
Oh, is that where you get your name from?
No.
Oh.
No, I get my name from seeing it everywhere. Everywhere I look, everywhere I look, I see that number.
I also read his fiction. He has one called Moonchild.
Yeah.
It's something else, but he's not a very great fiction writer, I didn't think.
No, but he was a he was doing heroin, cocaine, and ether all in the same day, every day at one point. So he was a little fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah, he was one of those eccentric rich people.
Yeah.
Ran in those circles. I was involved in the. He part of Golden Dawn, or he was the OTO. He had his own thing. I was involved for a little while, like a few years, in something similar to the Golden Dawn. It was a different tradition, but it was self-directed. I didn't have a group or anything that I did it with, and so that's how I came to most of his stuff.
How do you feel about his tarot deck? Have you seen that?
Yeah. Oh, I like the Crowley deck.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, the artwork, it was done by, shit, I used to know her name. Lady Frida Harris, I think, was her name.
The Thoth deck.
He commissioned her to paint all of those cards, and every single one of them is just a masterpiece, of artwork,
Yeah. Here, I'll give a sample of it.
The Book of Thoth.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at those things.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, he may have been crazy. He may have known what he was talking about. We'll never know, but he didn't end well.
Ultimately, though, I don't think he had much of an impact on. Like I can't remember a single thing that I took from Crowley. Well, specifically that didn't come from somewhere else.
What about do what thou wilt? As the whole of the law.
Oh yeah, but that was around even before him. I was also Wiccan before that, and that showed up in Wicca as well.
Yeah, but Wicca I thought came after Crowley because of Ken Gardner. Is that the guy's name?
I think so. They had Raymond Buckland.
Oh yeah, right. The Book of Witchcraft.
Yeah, that's the one I used.
Yeah.
Gerald Gardner, 1954.
Right.
But it was he drew on like existing pagan.
Yeah. The Book of Shadows, right? Was that the thing that
Buckman's Complete Book of Witchcraft?
No, but I think that was based on something called the Book of Shadows, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me see. Because the Book of Shadows that I used was it was like your personal which, like, you created your own Book of Shadows. Each Wiccan had their own. Is a book containing religious texts and instructions for magical rituals. There's different books of shadows. So each Wiccan has their own Book of Shadows, and so some of the famous Wiccans published their Book of Shadows, and so there's several Books of Shadows out there. But Gardner was one of them.
Yeah. And unfortunately, L. Ron Hubbard was also another student of Crowley.
Scientology.
Yeah. I don't know what the deal was. I never read any of his books or anything because I put no faith in it.
Yeah, I didn't either. And the Battlefield Earth series, I tried to read a little bit of because people told me it was a good sci-fi series.
They made a movie of one of them, right? Didn't they make a movie called Battlefield?
Yeah.
And I think I watched it once, maybe not even the whole thing, and I just was turned off. I just wasn't interested. And I love science fiction stuff, So for me to look at a movie and go, this isn't for me, that's kind of rare.
Oh, I remember the dead bugs. Car. Especially the dragonflies. That's the ones you could actually pull out of the grill.
Well, what's the deal with the cicadas? I thought we were supposed to have trillions of cicadas. I haven't heard one all summer, and it's July what?
Are you in cicada territory?
Yeah, man. When I remember in the 70s, I don't know, I was a little kid and I remember they were everywhere. I remember finding the
The shell. We pick them off the tree.
yeah, right. And they
Yeah,
were
and we
everywhere.
play with them. They're like little toy monsters.
Yeah, and I haven't heard any of them yet. I
I
thought
wonder if this is part of the problem. People like mistaking statistical facts for fact, like actual fact, actuality. I think that crops up in the social sciences too. And there's something called the replicability crisis and the Bayesian. There's some formula that you're supposed to put your results through to correct for bias that they don't do. And this guy wrote a book about it, and it's something to do with Bayesian equations. And he said until the social sciences start doing this, it's not going to have the validity that they need. Right. Yes. Red, I'm so glad you're here. This is that low res view versus that more nuanced, detailed examination. Not Laz. I said that I remember the bugs. I don't have anything to compare it to now. I don't go look at car grills anymore, but I'm open to the fact that there's less bugs in the grill. I don't know anything about it. That's what you're doing. This is what you're doing. You have a few breadcrumbs or cherries that either you picked or somebody's picked for you, and you're connecting them into some little story, and then you're having a reaction to that. But you need more cherries and more connections and accurate connections. See, this is that wall of projection that intellectuals encounter when we're trying to explain.
Man, somebody's still shooting off fireworks.
Oh yeah, they do that here too for days afterwards. It's kind of a good thing. I don't know. I kind of had some small admiration for people that break fireworks laws, because I always thought we didn't grow up with them because we lived out in the country, so we could do any kind of fireworks we wanted, and we did often during holidays. So it was like a special thing. And to be in places that say you can't do that, I always kind of admire people that do it anyway.
Yeah, right. They're rebels.
As law-abiding as I try to be, that's one area where it just really doesn't bother me if people are shooting off fireworks.
Who's it harming other than the person who blows his own hand off, you know?
Yeah. I did that growing up with a Roman candle. My stepfather, we were taught to put it in the Coke bottle or in the ground and light it, and that's what I always did. And my stepfather, one year, it was cold. We were all like bundled up and everything. I had my gloves on. And he's like, come on, hold it in your hand. Don't be a pussy. Don't be a pussy. And I'm like, but it might blow up. I don't want to hold it in my hand. What if it blows up? It's not going to blow up. Come on, hold it in your hand. So I held it in my hand. I let him talk me into it, and it blew up. And my hand turned black. And everybody was pissed at him. They're like, he tried to tell you no. You see what happened?
My father, of all people, thought it was okay for me to hold one. And I did, and it went, 1, 2, 3, and then out the back end it went boom, boom, and it hit me in the chest. Like
you were pointing it.
Yeah, I was holding it away from my body, and it was like getting shot in the chest twice. It was like fucked up, and my forearm had powder burns, all along my forearm, and I didn't think that was so cool. But
no, now that I think about it, I don't know if I'm making the case for keeping it legal. We used to do all kinds of stuff. We set the pasture on fire with the smoke bombs. And another thing, oh my God, one year it was New Year's, and we were next door. We had the people next door had this trailer house, and we were shooting bottle rockets, and we would shoot them toward the road into the field across from the road. And one time it was my turn to shoot, and I lit it, and a car drove by as it went off, and the windows were open, and it shot through the windows of this car, and the car stopped, and it like backed up, and it parked at the trailer house, and I panicked. I was like 8 or 9 years old, and they had this little like narrow alley between the trailer and the fence, and it had a tree in it, and I ran down that alley, and I hid behind that tree, and I was panicked. And whoever the kids at the trailer like told the people that I don't know, they told them some story, and the car drove off, and I'm like, oh my God, thank God. I don't know what they said to him, but I'm not going to get in trouble. It looks like that was scary. So we were a little reckless with the fireworks, and probably if people wanted evidence why they should be restricted, they could probably come and draw from my childhood to provide that evidence.
Well, don't tell
and
them.
I still would kind of cheer for people that do them anyway.
Yeah.
Especially like, here sparklers are even illegal. Like at weddings,
Are you serious?
or parties or graduation, you can't even have sparklers. Those are even outlawed here. I think that's excessive. I think people should be allowed to do sparklers anyway.
Yeah, I mean, once in a while it's caused a fire, but not 100% of the time,
Right. There's some risk with I don't think things have to be 100% safe all the time.
Well, what's next? They're gonna outlaw birthday candles, or something like that. I mean,
They might. Especially the ones that don't blow out.
Yeah. I don't know. What you were saying though, that's funny because like one time we were in a school playground and it was huge, and we were throwing a frisbee around, and these huge distances between us, And one kid, he takes the frisbee and he throws it, and it goes all the way across the playground, just barely clears the fence, and as a car is driving by with its windows open, it goes and hits the guy in the head who's driving and ricochets into the back seat.
The frisbee does?
It was just so ridiculous. I mean, the odds. There's no way in hell you could ever repeat that, even if you tried.
Yeah, childhood was fun. I did have a friend that I talked to recently that he helps run a school, and they have like very strict rules now that they didn't have when I was there. And he's like, if you think about it and you look back at our generation, how were we ever allowed to do some of the stuff we would do? Like nobody would want their kids taking the kind of risks that our generation took.
Yeah,
and for me, like things were so like you could walk around campus by yourself. You didn't need adult supervision. And now they have all these rules for safety, but it's like they're treating people as less adult in the process. But then when I look back on how we grew up, maybe there's a reason for that, because we did get away with a lot of stuff that it's pretty amazing that we were allowed to get away with.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think it helped us. I wouldn't want to not have that. And I think I feel like I grew up with just the right amount of level of risk.
All right.
We grew up in the Cold War. The world was never perfectly safe. There was danger at any moment, and we all knew that. Welcome.
Hey, y'all. I was getting tired of being in the chat.
Yeah. Well, thank you for bringing some sense to the chat.
I try to, meter out a little bit of patience to say some things that maybe somebody will read and make sense to them, and they'll think deeper.
Well, what is it? Water seeks its own level. So
You guys
what's
can-
going on with you today?
Oh, not much. I mostly been resting. My band had a gig on the 4th, and
You have a band?
Yeah, what's this?
more or less, yeah.
Oh, do you have like a SoundCloud or YouTube
I need to get one up.
or Bandcamp? What is it now? Bandcamp?
I posted a video on my other channel where I'm gonna put like art stuff, but
Oh,
it's called Martial Artisan, at Martial Artisan if you want to look it up. But
What do
martial
you,
artisan.
yeah. What do you do? Are you a singer or do you play an instrument?
As far as music is concerned, my primary instrument is definitely my voice, but I also play the guitar and I can play the fiddle and some other stuff too.
Nice.
My dad
so hard to
my
find?
dad builds violins, and when he built me a nice violin, I finally started playing the fiddle because having good quality bows and fiddles makes all the difference.
Yeah, it helps. They say that having Jimi Hendrix's guitar won't make you Jimi Hendrix, but if you have a good instrument, it definitely improves your ability, because
Yeah.
it's easier to play.
There's kind of a baseline where there's a threshold where it's like if you're below that threshold, you're gonna find limitations. And me personally, I have a hard time. I've had trouble learning instruments that were, when the one I was given was too not good because it didn't make sounds I liked.
Right. It's not fun.
When I got the right guitar, my guitar playing got much better.
There you go.
Which is for me generally like a Les Paul, not a Stratocaster, because I had a Strat and I like it for some things, but it isn't my go-to. And then I got a Les Paul and I pulled it out of the box and plugged it into an amp, and I'm like, yes, this will work.
Nice.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I love bands, musicians.
Yeah. Well, I've played a lot at this local little venue that live streams, and I need to like get the video from that and chop it up into songs and post it. But
Some of us talked about doing an open mic at some point.
Huh?
We did them
Yeah,
during
fun.
COVID, like musicians, spoken word, stand-up comedy, etc.
right. I got into stand-up. I did stand-up, a little bit of stand-up before COVID, but I had to drive like 100 miles to the nearest open mic. But that really good for my writing quality.
Oh.
But and speaking. If you ever want to be a politician, go study stand-up comedy. Super helpful.
Is there an art to? I'm trying to learn to not be funny.
Learn to not be funny?
Yeah, I want to be the least funny comedian ever.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I always laugh because I never thought I was that funny. But
I don't.
when I go out in the world, people think I'm funny. But what I realize, I'm just not the funniest one in my immediate family.
Can you learn? You can learn to be funny.
Probably.
They have an improv place a few blocks from my house.
That's
but
the truth. You can learn to write good jokes. I know that. But yeah, it is funny. I made a joke of it because I realized that the rest of the world, I am pretty funny. But in my household, that it's not normal that everybody in the family, when you tell a joke, doesn't immediately laugh. They stop and give a rating from 1 to 9, and then they laugh.
Dang.
Which is literally what my family does.
Oh, not Laws. I actually got that one. That's cute. I was like, no, there's a movie about that. I'm not surprised. They make all kind of crazy movies nowadays. Is that a Pixar? No, it was a joke.
Yeah. But yeah, I was on, what was it, Clubhouse during COVID? I ended up on there and I found all of these like professional comedians and they were all kind of regulated to the internet, and I ended up hanging out with them for a couple of years.
Oh.
That was
Oh yeah, I remember Clubhouse, and then Twitter came up with Spaces right after, and everybody switched to that.
I got in, got the invite into Clubhouse before it went public, and so it was kind of the second wave, I think, of Clubhouse, because there was like the early wave, and then it died down, and then there was like the second wave right before it became public, and then it went for a few months, pretty hot, and then it kind of then Twitter Spaces came out and some other stuff, and it diluted.
Yeah.
But it was
And then the panel versions.
fun. It was fun while it lasted.
There were so many cool things that cropped up during those years.
Do you play an instrument, Jeff?
I do not. I had piano growing up. I have dyspraxia really bad, and I can't make my hands do two different things. I don't know how to coordinate them. But I took piano growing up, and I know how to read music. And I did a little bit of like drumming when I was in the men's groups, but that's about it, really.
Cool.
Hey, drummers are always needed.
I can't do the two hand, like I can't coordinate my rhythms. I don't make a good. I can do a little basic rhythm and keep it going. That's about it.
Yeah, there's a guy, a guitarist. He plays the git steel. He has a double neck thing that's half steel guitar and half regular guitar, and he plays with. Historically, he played with a really light rhythm section as his band. And his wife played the rhythm guitar, and then this one guy played a snare drum, and that's it.
Oh,
And they make really good music. Yeah,
I could
you don't
probably
have to
shake a
have, like,
tambourine or something like
have
Stevie Nicks.
10,000 drums. Well, if you can keep rhythm, that puts you ahead of a lot of people. So.
Debatable.
It's okay. Not
I have
everybody
white
does.
boy. I have autistic white boy rhythm.
Well, my dad's side of the family is not musical at all. But my dad is, to put it simply, he's also an outlier. But occasionally my mom looks at me and goes, "You don't have to be just like him." But he studied up and read books for a year and then started building instruments. So he doesn't play, but he builds very fine instruments.
Oh wow.
So yeah, not everybody has to play.
I really admire that. I watched the documentary the other day on this guy that makes accordions, and as a kid he made them out of stuff like he found in his mom's kitchen. Like he didn't even have the money to buy actual accordion parts, but
Right.
he was so passionate about making an accordion.
Of all the things.
Yeah, well, my dad's mostly deaf too, from like being around loud tractors and stuff his whole life.
Oh,
So
was he a musician
no,
for
he
life?
has no musical ability
Oh,
to speak of. Here, let me see if I can get the camera right. So see all of that electronics equipment there? And then
oh
there's
my!
little
Where are
posts
you?
at the bottom.
That looks like Meow Wolf.
This is the garage.
That's your garage? Oh my
Slash my dad's
god!
workshop slash fiddle shop, whatever. But he uses Chladni patterns. Like they took apart a whole bunch of fine fiddles and Stradivarius, and they studied the Chladni patterns at certain frequencies, and they found out that they all had the same, like 5 patterns at approximately the same 5 frequencies. So he completely mechanically and scientifically tunes his plates and all that good stuff. But yeah, he doesn't have like the old masters. They say they could they had an ear for tone. They could tap wood and go, okay, this needs to be like this. But yeah, my dad has none of the qualities you would think would be important for building instruments, other than he's a genius that can read and can figure out how to build anything and can understand what he reads.
Well, it's funny because I know a guy who builds guitars and he doesn't play worth a shit. He never even tries.
How do you
I
have
love
to know
guitars,
enough
but admittedly,
to
they're like
tune them or get the sound, like the
super
pitch
primitive
riders?
compared to violins. Violins are crazy.
I think of Laurie Anderson and all the electronic instruments she created.
Yeah, my brother he built guitars when he was like 13. He built him a double neck and a couple of others. I know a lot of people that build guitars, which is not saying it's simple, but it's a little easier to learn.
Well, it's easier than making a goddamn violin.
Yeah. Well, everybody asked my dad why he wanted to make violins, and he goes, because it's a piece of technology that has not been significantly improved upon in 500 years.
Oh, so it's at a level of certain perfection.
Yeah, and he's like that fascinated him. So,
Mm-hmm.
well, it has like,
That's how
I
the
may be wrong
fireworks
on the
work.
exact number, but it has like approximately 35 occurrences of phi, the golden ratio in it, and it's a really interesting piece of technology. I'm gonna mute for a second while I make some coffee. I'll be back.
Oh, sure. That sounds good, actually.
Mm.
I had no idea what a wealth of pop culture information you were. Okay, Frank, thanks for telling me. Hey, are y'all doing another one later tonight? There's a do you know about the 1985 move bombing when the police in Philadelphia dropped a whole damn bomb on an apartment building? They were trying to arrest some black people, and they wanted to blow the roof off to drop tear gas in, and it blew up the entire neighborhood for 2 blocks, everybody's house. And they have a documentary on it. I'm thinking about watching.
All right,
Oh,
I could do an
coffee is good. I need to, settle the ADHD down just a little bit.
Not Lost, you actually are starting to fascinate me. I can maybe even overlook your lefty brain rot. Hello, here I am. Welcome. Closed panel in the sense that I reserve the right to be very selective tonight, and have the people on that. There's a certain energy I'm looking for, so I want to bring the people on that contribute to that, and so far these do by a long shot. Very, very exemplary.
Yeah, I always laugh. People think I'm, on stimulants and stuff, but when
They think you're what?
When I'm
On
all fast and
stimulants.
like jittery, people think I'm on Adderall or something, and I'm like, no, this is unmedicated me. This is.
Oh no, you seem so calm and like grounding to me.
I'm like, I need my caffeine to like chill me out a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Thank you, Moose. But I've learned no matter what I do, it's not gonna make everybody happy no matter what. So I'm just gonna do my thing, and the ones that want to bitch can bitch.
People that try to make everybody happy aren't usually very interesting people.
They try to manipulate, see if they can get you to do the panel like they think it should be done, instead of just making their own channel.
Yeah, I was watching somebody last night, and King Chinard, who I'm pretty sure I know from way back in some of the African channels I hang out on, he was trying to tell them what to do. They finally banned him. I was like, yeah, wouldn't be the first.
I might be, Daniel. I was earlier. I was in the mood. But actually, streaming helps. It helps me reset and focus on something else. And now I'm fine.
You're talking about people always telling you what to do. I like to say that I've most of what I've accomplished, I got there by ignoring good advice.
Yes, me too.
There's a lot of advice. It's good advice, but it's still not the right advice a lot of times.
Yes, learning, especially for neurodivergent people and gifted people, learning what to ignore is a valuable skill, because not all of it's going to apply to you.
Mm.
A lot of it's just moderating. It's acceptable. It's danger. It's risk minimizing. It's not bad advice. It's just, but a lot of times it won't get you where you want to go, because you've got to.
Yeah.
You have to find the better advice.
Yeah, and being clear about where that destination is. And to watch rerun series. Oh, and a very wise artist, musician friend told me once that how did she say it? Take risks. Assume a yes until somebody actually tells you a no. Just do it anyway, and just assume, and then if until you reach that no, and then you can deal with that limit at that time. But don't assume a no and let that stop you.
That's
Yeah.
true.
It's good advice.
Can waste a lot of mental energy, preparing arguments for anticipated no's. Just wait till you get to one and then argue.
Yeah, just do the thing. And that's what I always did. Do it until somebody tries to stop me. What? I don't get this one. If he's drowning his family. We all know how to swim. I did drown as a kid before I learned how to swim. My mom told me not to go in the deep, not to go on the bridge. She said they had a 3 Billy Goats gruff bridge in the middle of the lake that I wanted to go play on. And she said, okay, you could go on the bridge, but don't go down the slide. That's the deep part, and you're going to drown. And so I ran straight to that Billy Goat gruff bridge. I was all excited, and I ran straight to that slide and slipped right down into the water. And I'm sure in my brain, I was like, I know she said something about slide and deep, but I don't care. It looks fun. I'm sure that was the thought process. And the next thing I know, I'm in this like brown water. It's just like in the movies, you see the bubbles, and I saw like the sunlight at the top, and I remember the bubbles in the brown water. And then waking up on the sand, some guy came and got me, and they were like pumping me out.
Damn, bro.
Exciting.
Is she
Listen
where?
to your mother.
Who are you talking about, Rin?
Do what? Did I
Is
say
she
something?
where she wants to be?
Oh.
He might be. Do you not have enough boobs in your boob nest already? You have to come hustle for more.
What?
So you didn't hear this? No, I did. It didn't. I was like 4 or 5 years old. It didn't. It was my ADHD brain. It didn't all make complete sense. I knew she said it. I couldn't make complete meaning of it until I actually hit the water and then realized, oh, this is what she meant by "you're gonna drown. Don't slide down the slide."
I get that.
Actually, Daniel, I do have falling into sewage story, more than one. But we used to play this game on our bicycles where the driver would close their eyes and the passenger would navigate. It was the banana seat bikes, and probably 2 or 3 times we ended up in we had the big sewer ditches like the big giant ones that sloped down into the gray water. And we fell in 2 or 3 of those at least. And we come home covered in sewage from playing this close your eyes game on the bike. So yes, I've done the sewage thing too.
We used to have piles of cow manure, like out on some of our farms. We'd store it up in big piles and then use it as fertilizer. And me and my cousins, we bought ourselves these cheap like plastic snowboards. And so when we were like, because as kids we had to work, but at the same time we got time off, and we were bored. And so we would go to the top of the manure pile and snowboard our way down. It was good times.
Shitboarding.
I love it. We had one of our mulberry trees was in the middle of the compost pile. They put the compost around the mulberry tree, and it developed this giant, like a hill at some point that you had to climb on to get to the mulberries. So I remember having to wade through the compost to pick mulberries. All right, well, I'll have to take your word for it. I don't know about the hippie boobs. I've seen footage, I guess. I've seen footage from the 60s where they're at festivals and they have little naked kids running around. And I always thought that was weird, that just in front of everybody.
In the mud.
Oh, Cole, do you want to participate? It's on Discord. And it's he said about an hour, so maybe 6. It's 6 p.m. here, 7 p.m., 9 p.m. Central. And we just started one of the seasons of Survivor. We're about 4 episodes in, so it's a perfect time to get in on it. And it's one of the male-female seasons where they divide them by gender. So you get to see 2 things. You get to see male-female dynamics with each other, and then you get to see the intertribal dynamics as the women fight with each other and the men fight with each other. They're boring Americans, but we are going to do another Australian season soon, which is the best Survivor. And then we also started the Killing Fields, and I'm watching the documentary of the American Revolution, and there's that 1985 move bombing documentary. So
Yeah.
if you join the Discord, there's a channel that I put the movies in as we announce them. So yes, it's from 2004. It's Vanuatu. It's old timey survivor in 4:3 ratio with 480p.
I want to watch that move documentary now. I'm interested.
Okay, well, we could certainly. Are you in the Discord?
No.
Let me.
Well, I don't know. Which Discord are you in?
In mine. Let me give you an invite. I'll put it in the back.
All right, thank you.
And if anybody in the audience wants it, just contact me. I'll shoot it out. Send it out. Caesar's Messiah. Let me check that out. I love documentaries, especially intellectual ones.
One of the worst things that ever happened is the like the 15-minute YouTube documentaries. I can watch those for hours.
Yeah, there's my favorite YouTuber is Zarathustra Serpent, and he puts together a lot of really high quality ones on pop culture and like Gen X culture, Nietzsche.
Yeah, there's some fun stuff on there.
All right. Well, I guess I will hang out here for another hour or so and then head to the Discord. The settlement. Who is that?
Oh, that's Brett.
He has a upside down cross on his head.
Where do you see him?
An alcoholic story.
Is he live?
Oh, yeah, he is. This is the Satanic Channel or something. We'll take a peek.
Drive a wedge and cause some sort of conflict.
I love his
between me,
branding.
who
Yeah.
important
Wow.
in my life. Much like Jamie's recovery.
He's a mean guy. I mean, he can
life-giving and
light you up with the words.
In that
I like
same
moving
manner,
backgrounds for about
that's
5
equally
minutes, and then
important
I
as
Oh.
they're giving to me.
was it somebody I saw the other day
hurting
had
people
this
like
this
you.
flashing thing, and it's just like,
You know,
why is that there?
Oh, like an
Didn't watch.
epileptic thing.
It it didn't cause any sort of that. It was so distracting, and it just bothered me. It probably could trigger epilepsy in those that would be so inclined.
Fair enough here. Your mileage may vary. It is definitely not for everybody, but there's that's where all the off stream stuff happens. We have a different kind of conversation there that we're able to have on the stream, and it's also where all the movie watching happens, and also gaming. We're trying to get some gaming going too.
What, you play video games?
No, like either board gaming or role playing, like something like Tabletop Simulator, Steam games, or the other day in this other server, we did Jackbox games, and those were fun too. No, I did not see about censoring the documentary. The Caesar's Messiah one? It does look interesting. I love historical documentaries too. Everything is a rich man's trick. I don't know. Not being a rich man. I don't know what a rich man's trick looks like, or if one's being played on me or not. I don't have a lot of rich people in my life, really.
Me either.
Most of the ones I've been around are so awful and obnoxious. I can't stand to be in their presence for too long. But then, the rich people back home are different, though. They're as normal as everybody else. Like, nobody makes a big deal about their money. And here it's all about status and signaling.
And impressions.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know what you mean, man. Like, the other day I was near this restaurant that is very expensive. And everybody that walked in was dressed like like they would be dressed going to work, except they were wearing shorts, you know? Like, and it's
Like formal, but in shorts.
well, no, just like a casual work shirt, you know, kind of thing with like, but with Bermuda shorts, and everybody looked like they were wearing a fucking uniform. And there was this guy there with this hot blonde chick, his wife, I presume, and he was there with his elderly parents. And the wife was unbelievably good looking compared to this little troll of a motherfucker, but it's because he has money that she was with him, and it was clear that that was the only reason, you know. And it just, I don't know, it's against the natural order of things that should be the case, but money is a terrible thing.
I think it's status. It like subjectively, like Jordan Peterson, the lobsters. There's just something in us that wants to know that we're positioned where we're positioned relative to other people.
Yeah, well, first you get the money, then you get the power, right?
I don't know. I haven't figured out how it works yet. I'm sitting over here cheering for capitalism, and I haven't gotten it to do anything for me, really.
Yeah.
But I'm determined. None of the other systems appeal to me.
Money is a cheap form of power, but it does work most of the time.
It's never worked on me. I'm just not impressed with it.
I got to be, like relatively, proportionally wealthy to like my peer group when I was pretty young. So I got
From
over
your
that.
own efforts?
Yeah. So I didn't go to school, and I had a little like business where I would buy these well, they weren't orphaned, but like the dairies don't want the bull calves, right? So I could buy them for the cheapest one ever. I was like $10 and, $50, like a day old, right? So you've got to bottle them for several months. And I was much harder working when I was a little munchkin, or more inclined to be. And so I would bottle them up and then sell them with 800 pounds for, $1,000. And I got audited when I was 6 years old.
How old?
When I was 6.
Wait, what? By the government?
Yeah, by the Social Security Administration. They made my mom leave the room, which I now know is pretty illegal, and interviewed me, and then because they thought my parents were using me as a tax shelter, and
it really was you the whole time.
then they asked me all these questions, and they brought my mom back in the room. They said, "Well, the good news is you're not that she's really doing this. That we believe her. The bad news is she now has to pay taxes."
So they made a 6-year-old pay taxes?
Yep, I've been paying taxes to the federal government since I was 6 years old. We didn't get off to a good start, me and the federal government.
No one ever does.
They got me early, though.
How do you feel about paying taxes? Do you have a problem with it?
I mean, philosophically, I don't think that, they are a form of theft, but I can understand agreeing to a certain amount within a particular group for certain reasons. I think just sort of this seems like a lot of people just sort of treat it as it's like, well, it's just a given and it has to be done and stop complaining. I think they're
that's kind of my position on it. It's
we're
just like the price of living in society.
Yeah, but I mean, there's so many different taxes. Like different ones, I think, are more and less justified. And then you get on the other side of it, and it's like see how badly how corrupt the usage of them is, and then it's like, okay, well, like I get in arguments with people about like bonds, right? Like bond things on a ballot where they levy a tax on the local property taxes to work on the library, right? And I'm like, I'm a huge fan of the library, yes. And I get in arguments with people. I say, okay. And they're like, oh, it's only like $7 a year for the average landowner in this county. And I'm like, okay, you go down and take $7 and directly donate it to the library, and they will get way more good out of it. But people don't like to actually have to do, like, that's where I get into it, is some of these, not baseline infrastructure level taxes that people like to levy and make other people pay because it makes them feel good. It's like, no, go take $100 and go give it to the library and they'll get 100% use out of it. It's like
What's
if
their
you force
proposal?
everybody here to give $7 a year, they're only going to get a small percentage of that is actually going to get to our local library, you know. But it's a convenience thing, I think, right? Like they don't want to have the, you know, take it upon themselves to go donate to the local library. They would rather the government just sort of take it from them without them having to pay attention, as well as take it from everybody else, right? Like it's a so there's
So are
that
you
middle
saying
ground.
people, individuals should go donate 7, or the government should collect it and donate it directly to the library?
I think individuals should go donate directly to
What
those
if they don't, though?
institutions.
Are the libraries at the mercy of individual whim?
Well, that's why it's a cultural thing, right? Like people are accustomed to the government doing it for them. But that
I'm
hasn't
just worried
always
if
been the case, right? Like you look historically, institutions like that were funded by smaller organizations but people were used to that. That was they knew that that's how it worked, is that they had to fund things and donate to things that they thought were worthwhile. And then at some point the government started doing it for them and then the culture switched. So now everybody's like, well, but that's not how it's done. I'm like, well, it isn't now, but it hasn't always been that way. So I at least like to, bring up the conversation that there isn't only one way to do it, and it hasn't always been that single way.
I gotta get going, man. But thank you for having me on your panel again. I appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely. Me too.
Nice to meet you.
And yeah, nice to meet you too. How do you say that? Ren Rogue?
Yeah, Renaissance Rogue. That's my handle
Oh,
on
okay.
YouTube is Ren Rogue.
Nice
So
to
that
meet
people don't have to figure out how to spell Renaissance when they're searching.
They don't know how to spell Renaissance? My God.
Yeah, right. That's a little nutty to spell. All right. Nice
Yeah, thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Take care. You have me thinking because the work I do, like this kind of peer support, community building, etc. There's options to get government grant and funding, but it comes with a lot of strings. So would I want the government coming in and supporting this and making sure that it gets provided in a stable way? Or do I want private individuals to make it happen without kind of the strings that would come with the government? Yeah. I could use government grants, and I'm on a list that sends me bidding opportunities now and then. But I would like, if I had my choice, I would like to do it without the government getting involved.
I don't know the government grants are actually that stable. I think they're stable for a particular time period. So like I worked at a college for a few years, and the way it worked out is all the particular positions I had. I was a technologist and I rebuilt their simulation lab, but I was paid for by grant money. And so my job was always basically on a 1-year contract at a time, because that was all that the money was guaranteed for. And there were strings attached.
And you had to keep renewing the contract if they needed it to continue.
Yeah. And then what would happen is that, if I'd stayed on longer, they probably would have eventually institutionalized the position and paid for it out of the standard budget. But like one instance is like I rebuilt the simulation lab for them, their medical simulation lab, and made it all work good. This is the story of my life. I make everything function so well that they don't need me anymore.
Yep.
But anyway, and then I switched jobs to to be kind of one of the better jobs in the IT department, because the IT department loved me, and I kind of butted heads with some of the nursing instructors. But anyway, that's another story. And anyway, I got this good job, and they got a grant to pay for it, and then they would have institutionalized it and stuff. But what was funny is that I was the only one who really knew how half the stuff that I did in the simulation lab worked. Even my boss, my technical boss, he's like, I have no idea what you're doing. But anyway, it happened rather suddenly. Like there was kind of a spat and some stuff going on, politics, garbage going on. And I got offered this other job across the parking lot in the main campus, not the nursing school, by people who liked me. And within 12 hours, they gave me the job. Like it happened like that. This other better job, better pay, and much more,
And you were
not
able
for
to keep
butt
it and
heads.
hang on to it.
And anyway, so I left the simulation lab cold turkey. I think we did a 2-week transition period, but because of the grant that was paying for my new job over on the other side of campus, I was not allowed to assist or service the nursing school, even as part of the IT department. My IT realm was main campus only, and there,
That's
which
that's the
was
kind of stuff
just,
I'm talking about.
yeah, but it was just so funny because it's like they really, I kind of left them in the lurch because it's like they're like, well, what do you mean? I'm
But
like,
you didn't have a choice because of the way the grant was structured.
well, no, I got out. I liked the simulation job, but the head administrator of the nursing school, there's certain people that I've learned that just have like the absolutely incompatible personality type, and that my mere existence triggers them.
Mm-hmm. I think I know those people. We must run in
They
similar circles.
become unhinged, illogical, shouty, like
Yes.
just bizarre, like just, and people who are normally competent, intelligent people can just
Yes.
go off the rails. And this happened, and because part of the agreement was is I started at this base level of pay with this sort of generic job description because they said we don't know what the job is. Nobody's ever done this for us before. And they said after a year, when the grant money runs out, we're going to reevaluate you. And they have a chart to evaluate like how much supervision you require, and it mathematically adds up to what your pay scale should be. So I agreed to come in at a low pay scale for a year, and then once that year was over and my job was what I actually did was established, that it would be reevaluated. And I essentially managed my own mini department is what was going on. Right? Like other than being like a CIO or a head of department, I was like right under that was the level of the job I was doing. And so the time came around, they actually got a 6-month extension on the grant, so I gave them another 6 months. But at the end of that, me and my actual boss did all the paperwork and we had it all ready to go to reevaluate my salary and sort of make my position delineated and permanent for what it actually was. And the head admin of the nursing school threw a fit and vetoed it and just was like, just went nuts. And this other position opened up. My boss had this other position, which was a great position, easier, better paid. And so, 12 hours later, I'm like, well, see you then. So it happened, but, she basically, I'm like, I'm not going to do this job for podunk pay from
Yeah.
now on. And so I'm just like, I cut my losses and was like, okay, like there's a better job right now that my boss wants me to do. So 12 hours later, I had that job. So I
Damn.
left rather suddenly. And then, of course, it was funny, but the new grant money I was being paid under would not allow me to work for the nursing school, even as, I couldn't even go over and turn their computers off and turn them on again. That was not
And
allowed.
she didn't want you there anyway, right? So it worked out.
Well, she wanted me there because I was extremely competent and I made things work really well. But I'll be honest with you, this is my psychological assessment. There were 2 other professionals in the building that weren't nurses, right? That did a particular job. There was a secretary and a lady that ran the testing lab, and they were obsequious. And I don't have an obsequious bone in my body.
Mm,
And it did teach me something because I have an aggressive energy in real life, and
not to me.
it doesn't come across as much on the internet, but
Oh.
and like there is something there. Like I'm kind of or like in Enneagram terms, I am a type 8.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Completely.
Maybe that's why I don't
All
pick
the
up
way.
on it because it's normal to me. You just
Yeah,
seem
it's space.
direct, which I appreciate.
I will say that 8s don't sense it in each other, so we don't know it exists until other people tell us. They're like, yeah, like you take up a lot of space in a room, and I'm like, oh.
Oh
But
yeah,
what I
that's all.
learned is that I could douse myself in what I call, eccentric nerd camouflage. I can just go to work and just cover myself in this eccentric nerd camo. But I can't completely hide the I have no reverse gear. That's the way I describe it. I have no reverse gear. The most I can back up is I can stand still. Not always aggressive, but the best I can do is standing still, and that was not enough for this lady.
I wouldn't. Yes, like to me though, that's I wouldn't even. That's like a mismatch of environment. If I even have to stand still, then I'm not in the right workplace.
Yeah, well,
Like
it
I
was
don't belong
just
here.
energetically, like
Yeah, even
relationally,
energetically.
computationally. But the thing is I had my own lab, except for when they were using the lab. Like I made them give me an office in the lab. I lived in my lab. The door was locked half the time into my lab, and I was surrounded by creepy looking, patient robots. It was great. I even had, hospital beds because they were all in hospital beds. It was like this simulated it was like
Were they
a
like crash dummies?
no, they were the high fidelity dummies.
Oh,
So they did everything but sit up in bed and talk and
so they were
interrogate
like
and
a
talk.
step above Resuscitation Annie.
Yeah. So they're made by Layered All, but they were the high end. Like I could make them. Ran them remotely. Like I had control rooms, and
Oh
they
my
would
god, how many
breathe.
were there?
Heartbeat. You could practice giving them injections. You could oscillate them. You could listen to them. With a stethoscope. You could feel their pulses. Their eyes would close. Like I had one simulation where they started losing air and they start passing out, so their eyelids start going down. And I told them like they do everything but sit up, but I'm like, if you let me work here long enough, they'll do that too.
Wow, how many were there? How many beds?
I had 4 rooms. It was set up like a what's the word the I hate it when my brain doesn't provide words. The place at a hospital where the people who are like need critical 24-hour care is intensive care. It was set up like an intensive care unit. So
Oh,
there was a nurse's station and 4 rooms around it, and they all had. And then we put stuff in there to enhance the fidelity of the simulation. Like things on the wall that made it look more like a hospital room, and they all had hospital beds. But yeah, I had 2 adults and 2 juvenile ones, and then there was a female OB simulator too. That one didn't use much, and then I had 2 others that they didn't use because they didn't know how to use them. But I didn't work there long enough to get them operational for them. But anyway, I always laugh because I would go take like a 15-minute caffeine nap or something on one of the hospital beds. But I had my own domain, right? Like I was like, you leave me alone, and I will make you the coolest lab ever. And I toured labs all over the country because they couldn't train me. They just sent me to conferences and stuff to learn on my own. And I would stand by that it was one of the top labs in the country as far as how well it worked and how user friendly it was by the time I was done. But they couldn't just leave me alone. I'm like, just leave me alone.
yep.
I
No, they
will.
can't ever just leave you alone.
But she couldn't. She had to have me like bow down, I
It's
guess.
it's the micromanaging thing. I don't. I I I know it.
Yeah, but yeah. So it didn't work out, but it
How
was
long were
fun
you
while it
at the new
lasted.
job?
I did each of them for about 18 months apiece.
Oh, okay.
The other job I did 18 months, and I'll be honest. But there was another. I was an educational technologist, which meant basically I was to understand all of the technology that the teachers could use, so that I could show them how to use it. And I also,
We used to call that AV. Is that the same thing?
well, I didn't
Audio
do.
visual.
That was a different department
Oh, okay.
because the actual AV is a different. So this was like, we got a 3D printer, and me and the other technologists, we learned how to use it, and then we helped the teachers who wanted to use it or any of the software they use. Like we were kind of private in a certain way. We were basically the technology tutors for the teachers, as well as it was our job to research new technologies and sort of like get a sample of it to present to teachers to be like, hey, would you like to use this technology?
Was this
It was
like public school?
it was a community college.
Oh, okay, community
Yeah,
college.
it was a cool job, honestly. It suited me pretty well because it was always something new. But by like the because there was already an existing guy that was doing it, and within like the first or second day, because I was supposed to, shadow him and learn how to do it, and I think it was within the first couple of days he was showing a teacher how to use like the online management, class system, and they had a problem. They couldn't figure out how to do it. And I'm standing over their shoulder and watching them. And then I got really antsy and I'm like, try that. Like, so, it wasn't a hard learning curve for me, which put a clock on it, honestly. And then after a while, I realized that my jaw had been clenched for a few months. And I went to somebody's retirement party who'd been there for 25 years. And I realized I'm like, yeah, no. Because I knew that if I stayed there probably 10 years, I would be one step below the CIO. I would probably be head of the department I was under. That's just the truth. But I was like, I don't want to stay here. I don't care. I don't have that motivation to just like sit here for 10 years, even though I know that if I, in 20, I'd be the CIO. So anyway,
Wow.
then I ended up teaching computer science, and then I butted heads with them because
The energy.
the administration. So part of the problem was that there was 2 CS instructors. There was a PhD who taught the higher level stuff, and then there was me. And he liked what I did. I basically taught intro and what I call intro to upper division, which is data structures, which is the foundation. I taught the 2 foundation classes, and I did a good job. And the PhD guy loved it. He's like, oh, the person who taught this before didn't teach them anything, and I had to redo it. But we were administered by the math department. And what I think it is math has a very short, finite feedback loop, right? We go over problems, you do homework, and I can grade it, and you can look at it the next day. Computer science, it's closer to like 2 weeks is my estimate, is the standard feedback loop, right? And it's a much more complicated feedback loop. And grading programs is more like grading English papers. Like, it's not as simple and straightforward. You can't just provide feedback constantly every day. So I tried to explain that to the math teachers, and I have a math degree. Like, I know I'm good with them, but they didn't understand the difference in the teaching methodology that is required for computer science. And what eventually happened is basically I had their curriculums that they handed me for the one class were years out of date, which is an eternity for computer science. And I was trying to update everything. And then the other class, I had to start from scratch and build my own curriculum. So I was very busy, and I didn't have an assistant or anything. And I didn't give them grades all the time. Like, they got grades periodically. I even had it curved because I know the way it works is the earlier tests were lower percentages. Like, their grade wasn't really confirmed until the second half of the semester because there is a big learning curve, especially with intro. But anyway, there's a lot of details, but basically I was trying to teach a good class and make sure that I was teaching them good information. And I was only part-time. And, some students complained, but they're always going to. And I got kind of chewed out for not like answering their emails immediately and patting them on the head and going, it's going to be okay. And also for not giving them grades, twice a week and sort of stuff. So basically it got to the point where I could see that it wasn't going anywhere. And they actually kind of, we parted ways, we mutually parted ways. And I was sad for my students because some of them were upset, but I couldn't do anything about it in the middle of a semester.
Oh my God.
Because what it was is basically it came down to, do you want me to teach a good class? Or do you want me to make it to where you never hear a peep out, where I just kind of pass students through, And we just had different philosophies. And the way I phrase it is like, you don't pay me enough. I don't know that I told this to their face, but anybody that asks, I would tell them. It's like, I don't get paid enough to teach a bad class.
Wow.
That's what I was like. You could pay me more, and I might, I might consider compromising a little bit, but you pay me not much, and I still work twice the hours that I'm paid for. It's like, I'm not going to do it badly. So that didn't work out, but it was fun while it lasted. Then I've always been a small business person. Mostly that was my.
Do you find it better, like
jobs, but
better for you, not financially, but I guess mentally or social fit for being an entrepreneur or trying to find a job in a setting that supports your uniqueness?
If the best job I had until it came crashing down was that sim lab job, because I had my own space, I had a bunch of toys to play with, and my job was to make it better.
Mhm.
And as long as those things are true, I can put up, so you leave me alone and just leave me alone and I will make it great. Because that's what, but anywhere where they're like, we don't want to make it better, I can't stand that. Like I said, I can put up with a lot.
I think everybody wants. I've never been
Yeah.
around people that wouldn't want to make it better. So it confuses me when you're in a workplace and they don't want things to be better.
I know it confuses me too, but if I could, the only job that I can see like would last a long time would be if somebody who's smart enough, it would be some business person who's smart enough to realize that I'm brilliant, and that they could just like that I'm like magic sauce, because that's what I've done. I've done freelance, and it's just like whatever the problem is. I always
Yeah.
laugh because people will say, "Do you want to know what we know about the problem?" They're like, "We have a problem. Can you fix it?" And I go, "Yeah." And they're like, "You want to know what it is?" I'm like, "No, doesn't matter. I can still fix it. I don't care what it is. I can fix it." If somebody would just leave me alone and I could just, be the magic wizard that
Yeah.
fixes everything,
Yes.
it would make them good money and I would be happy. But
They
nobody
don't. They don't
seems,
want
I
that,
haven't
or
found that
there
person yet.
something
Yeah.
keeps that from happening, and
I
it's
haven't found
something
that position yet.
non-rational.
Yeah. Because it's just like, I just don't last if I'm sort of constrained. Like,
Yeah, I don't either. I
I
need that
really
creative
don't.
freedom.
The
You're
18
hiring me for a
months
reason. If you knew how to
Yeah.
do what I'm here to do, you would need me.
Yeah. Well, I always go to job interviews going because I have a decent resume, even though I think it confuses people since I didn't go to school. I always say, if you like, imagine I'm 15 years older and my resume will be less unbelievable. But I have 3 degrees, you know, um, all good grades in it. It's pretty good. I always say that gets me in the door. But when I go to an interview, I'm like, I'm not selling you my skills. I'm selling you me. If you don't want me, it's not going to work out.
There's got to be a way to like put together a little team of creative problem solvers that people would just call like an agency. You have problems.
That
We
would
have a
be the way
team
to
of
do it.
problem solvers
Yeah.
on hand.
A
Call now.
consultancy.
Yeah.
And there are that things like that exist. I've thought about trying to put one together, just locally put together, because a lot of businesses locally can't afford full-time IT staff, and just put together kind of almost like an Uber of IT.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just for like this little small town and area I'm in. I'm like, that would work. If I get my health good enough, I may actually try it someday.
I hope you do.
But
My wheels are turning right now.
yeah, that's how it would kind of work. You could, because I know a lot of the more smart but not as like pathologically creative people, right? Not to the point that it causes as much problems. And I went to school with a lot of them, and there's a lot of them around that could do the regular IT stuff, and then I would do like the big problems, the stuff that's beyond that, and sort of know who to put at what job too. Like, but yeah, that would be the way to do it. And I essentially work as a freelance consultant as far as technology is concerned, despite
So
that
that's
being
what you consider yourself.
in respect to my documented education. I have to differentiate. I'm like, I have a vast undocumented education, but as far as my official in the sort of normal system, technology and stuff is where my credentials lie. So I do work and I've been working as a freelance technologist since I was like 14. That's like my first job doing that kind of thing.
You
But it's
must
always
feel.
temporary. But
Do you feel underutilized?
I would say yes. I mean, I try to utilize myself, but
I know that's it. It's I can only take it so far as a person because then I have to interface with the systems, and there's private systems, but then in my field in particular, there's a lot of government systems, and that gets us back to: is government the best way to? There's a mental health crisis, and I've seen the government vision, but I did a whole episode of Biden's mental health strategy, et cetera. So I have an idea of how the government plans to help with the crisis. It has potential in some areas, but it's nothing that is going to help me help with the crisis. So
Yeah.
is it better for me to just strike on my own and figure out a way to do it privately, or should I hold out hope that the government can play a role in that as well? I've kind of just decided I'm going to find a way to do it on my own. The government is not set up to solve the crisis in the way that I'm trying to solve it.
Yeah. I mean, I think any government solution is going to be they're always going to overgeneralize it to the point that it doesn't really work very well.
It's going to help the
which-
curve. It's going to help like
Yeah.
somewhere around the base of the curve.
Yeah,
but
it's
it's
going to
not
help
going to
one
help.
area or two, but
Yeah.
it's too imprecise. And I think mental health specifically, as compared to, miscellaneous other issues, it's a bigger problem that it isn't specific. It requires specificity, in my observation. As
Yeah.
far as the government help, the way I would the good advice I would probably pose would be, if it's, the government, don't go in such a way as you wanting the government to do it for you or to be reliant on them. I've given up government money when I probably should have just taken it because they've taken it from me. But, maybe you can also try not to be too proud to take a little here and there.
It's the strings
if
that
it's
come with it.
available, right?
The micromanagement that comes with it.
Yeah.
If they would just give me the money and get out of my way.
Yeah, I wouldn't
But they
want them
don't.
over it. I would want, but you could, if it's like, oh, especially more at like a state level or something, be like, all right, if there's a little money they want to throw my way, sure, for a year, and you can look at it situationally, but I wouldn't want them over it. I wouldn't want them as
Well, now they're putting
as a
like
main
things like
partner,
equity
right?
requirements on it. Like we'll
Right.
give you the money, but then you have to show us your equity strategy for ensuring diversity, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh yeah,
And that has nothing to do with what I need the money for.
exactly. Yeah, it's in general my not good not moderating advice or normalizing advice, but general tactic is to just keep them out of it, even if it's a little thinner. Sometimes it's like because it is you're right. That's the thing, is there's always strings. It's always a headache.
That's why I went LLC instead of nonprofit when I was starting my thing. I looked at both options, and LLC seemed to put me in the driver's seat better than a
LLCs
nonprofit
are
would
nice.
have.
It's like get rid of a little bit of liability, and otherwise it's pretty straightforward, and it's not hard. There's not a lot of rules.
Yeah, that works for me.
Yeah. 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 And again, if the government worked as it was supposed to, as it claims that would be another thing. But the deeper I've gotten, it's like it's so inefficient, and
It's because it's a
not what they're
mediocrity,
supposed to.
and we're not.
Yeah.
And it's a government by the people for the people, and we're such a minority of that people. I think for the people that it's by and for, it's doing
It's
its thing.
reasonably functional.
Yes.
It doesn't bother them too much. That's kind of like it's
What are you talking about, Daniel? What account? Like, I don't know. Do you have a problem with LLCs now? It just means that if I get sued, they sue the company, the entity.
It allows you to separate business assets from personal assets, essentially.
And I don't have either one. So if people sue me, they're not getting anything one way or the other.
Yeah. But it is good. Like I need to restructure mine. I have one for my publishing business, and then I need like 3 more for different businesses, and then I need like an overarching management LLC. I think would be the way to do it.
Wow.
But right now I'm just
What do you think of something like a YouTube channel or like a Patreon or something that it's monetizable, but it's not, you don't have to like create a business structure to do it?
I don't know. I mean, I think it would depend on how it would be in the details, because it's just,
I guess it could be part of a larger business.
once enough money starts going one way, then you want to protect yourself a little bit, because
Oh yeah.
you become a target of more, the more things can go wrong, the higher the dollar signs go.
That's
There's
good
a
to
lot
know.
of that's kind of the way I look at it, because it's like, to be absolutely protected, you always want to start at the base. But I'm like, but there's kind of I don't know, there's a space in there where it's like, at a certain point, I think also when other people start getting involved, if that happens, that becomes probably that's probably a good marker of when maybe it's a business, not a personal side hustle kind of thing.
Hmm.
Because I'm always trying to, and then also what expenses, what are the expense levels, I've ended up filing taxes as, I have lots of side hustles. Obviously, I only have one hobby, and that's collecting hobbies. But I like three at any given time. Generally, three of them have reached the point where it's like I am doing, even if I'm not making a lot of money on them, I am doing sales and interacting with people, and so I at least start filing them as separate businesses at that point.
What's your current hustles? Do you have anything you want to promote or announce?
I have my sitting aside. I mean, I'm hoping to get I'm going to start doing some streaming on my channel and back on YouTube. And then I have written some books. You can look up. I need to just I will post like all of this to my YouTube channel eventually, where it's like, here's my books and here's where to find them.
Okay.
But I have a thriller novel, and then two volumes of a selection of short essays called I call it agricultural philosophy / humor, called Adventures in Agriculture. And then there is a contemporary Western fantasy novella called 429 to Yuma.
Oh wow. Do you have a website?
Just go to facebook.com/toughtarget is the easiest way to kind of link up to all my books. I had websites and they all crashed a few years ago, and I haven't got them all rebuilt yet. Like 15 years of stuff built up, and now I have to redo it all, and I haven't had the time or the focus on that particular project. But
Is it Audra Brown?
Yeah. And then I write
That's
thrillers
you?
and mysteries under Lee Brown. Yeah.
Oh, you do mysteries? I love mysteries.
Yeah, the thriller. I haven't published any mysteries, but I have some projects.
Okay,
I'm an
gonna put
ADHD
your,
writer. I write like four books at a time, and then so I go through long dry spells where I don't publish anything, and then suddenly there'll be like 4 books out.
Is it just your creative process? They come out when
Yeah.
they come out.
I have to switch projects, because I'll get so far on a project where it's like, okay, I need to put that stew pot in the back of my head and reprocess stuff to know where it's going next.
Oh
So
yeah.
that by that time, another project has reached, is percolating and is ready to be taken off the burner and poured out a little bit. I would say that's my strategy to sort of beat procrastination, because I am inclined towards like problematic, the ADHD procrastination. And I've learned 2 things. I will never not be busy. So if I'm not conscious about what I'm busy with, I will somehow end up with a bunch of other stuff that I'm like, how did I get this on my plate, and why am I doing this? Because I can't actually cut back on like the
Right.
the
Is
size
it
of
better
the
to be
pie.
consciously busy? You find?
Well, it's better for me to be conscious of what I'm going to be busy with, because otherwise I end up with something that I didn't really want.
Right.
Like cutting back doesn't work for me. So I always think of it as it's like a pie chart, and I can't just work one pie piece out, one project.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I can have this big pie, and then I kind of circle around the pie, each pie slices, and so I circle around it. So eventually I get a whole bunch done. But it's almost like I mobilize my procrastination. It's like there's a sweet spot where I have enough projects that are sufficiently different that when I get bored with one, I can procrastinate on it by working on another project.
That's kind of brilliant, actually.
And so I sort of, because I'm of the opinion psychologically, there's a lot of, opinions and where they're like, you should improve your weak spots. And I'm like, I think there's a limit to how much anyone can do that. I think there's should be more talk of how do you leverage, either leverage your weakness, or double down on your strength, right?
That's what we do. I take what's
like,
called
I
a
leverage
strength-based
my weakness
approach.
rather than trying to fix it, because I'm like, I can't fix it. But I can
Yeah.
work around it. I can figure out how to like twist it up and use it as actual, it's like as a motor, right? Like, okay, ADHD, it's like it does have energy, it has power, it moves things. How can I use that? It is some sort of motor. So that's my theory, and it's worked out pretty well for me. I've done way
I
too
don't even
many
think
things
it's
in
a
my life
theory.
already.
Like my process is very similar, and I've talked to many other people. I'm at my best when I have 5 or 6 things to move between at once instead of one thing.
Yeah,
Focus
yeah,
on. I get way more done.
exactly. If I have one thing, then I just vegetate for 2 weeks at a time. Like I've done that before. Where it's like, all right, and I have to have time off too. That's the other thing. I've learned that if I rest and what I call vegetating, I just kind of like zone out for maybe a while. I may zone out for 2 weeks, but then I will get like 2 months work done
Yeah.
in the next 2 weeks. I am not a slow and steady wins the race like that. I don't get much
You
done
do
if I try to go that
bursts,
way.
creative
Yeah.
bursts.
And
I'm also
a
a
lot of it's just processing back there. Like I know that from observing and experience. I read the essay prompt and then I write the paper 2 hours before it's due. But it's a
yeah,
better paper than it would be if I would have written it when I read the essay prompt.
yeah.
Because I realized like, oh, my brain already did all this for me. Like there's a whole bunch of gremlins in the back of my brain that a bunch of Oompa Loompas back there, and they slave away all day and all night. And if I just let them do their work, and then
Wow.
it works out.
And also, it can't feel like work. Like if something feels like work, I know I'm on the wrong track.
Yeah,
I have to stay in my flow, my zone, and something that feels like work is out of that zone.
yeah. I mean, there's things
It's using a different process. If it's feeling like work, that means I've switched to some different process.
yeah. Well, I do have I have and a lot of things. It's like growing up the way I did on a farm and stuff. I feel like I have, for better or worse. I mean, it's handy. I have coping mechanisms for doing a lot of like physical work and some and tedious stuff that I might not otherwise have know how to do. Because I used to sit on a tractor for 16 hours a day. And after a while, even talk radio starts getting repetitive because I couldn't listen to music because it was too repetitive. So I listened to talk radio for years.
You need that
And then,
stimulation, that
and then I
novelty.
would read, I would listen to audiobooks. Sometimes I would have to stop and write down a philosophical essay that I'd been writing in my head for 3 hours. But, and I got through it, and my ADHD has actually gotten worse as I got older, but those coping
Worse.
mechanisms still help. Yeah.
It sounds like like you
It got
said, like
worse.
more of a gift.
I always thought that way. It became a problem when I was doing my master's degree.
Oh, just the focus.
Well, so like most of the stuff in master's wasn't time tests. I always had trouble with time tests. And I realize now, having taught college students, that that's what you get if you get officially categorized as ADHD, for the accommodations, is you get time and a half on tests. And I'm like, that would have been awesome. I would have had even better grades in undergrad if I'd done that. But I didn't get diagnosed till I was like 26. And but I was working on my master's degree, and it was online, which was great for me. But there was this one time test, and I drank like 4 shots of espresso, smoked a cigar, sat down and managed to get through the test, and then my brain was just like gone for hours. Like it was a weird feeling. Like, and I was like, I'd never had to go to those lengths to sit down and focus on something before. Like it legitimately was worse in my
And it
brain.
wasn't the material or like the difficulty level or
Yeah.
anything. It was just a change in.
And it was, again, it wasn't something I was unfamiliar with. It was just somehow the magnitude had increased. Like it actually was getting in the way. It had never gotten in the way when I was younger. But I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, the time and a half. No, I don't remember. But
like you noticed it was getting. You said worse.
yeah. Well, it was funny. I had a bizarre health crash when I was 22. So 21, I was on top of the world. 22, I spent the summer in bed. And I eventually got diagnosed with the mysterious chronic fatigue syndrome. Mayo Clinic diagnosed me. And I eventually found a doctor who kind of let me do my own research, and I got back. And there's about 6 years there, 4 to 6 years, where I don't consider those years me. Like, I wasn't really there. It was some shadow version of me, you know. And then what was interesting is when I finally got back to, I still was a lot still physically didn't have, you know, I was still less than I was before, but I got up to, 75% of old me, physically and mentally. Because that was rough too, because it had a mental effect when I was sick, and I could tell that my brain didn't work right. But when I finally got to where I felt what I would consider normal again, the ADHD came back, and I realized like it hadn't been as much there. Like it had been so far buried under all these other issues. And then when I kind of got healthy again, reasonably so, suddenly the ADHD is back, and it's like, whoa, I remember this. And then I kind of started doing things, and it was worse. It got worse in my late 20s then, and like I said, it actually interfered with things. So
Has it been increasing since, or is it just holding
I don't know that it's
steady?
increased since. It's a little bit. What it is it's like other things. As I get older, and I still have some health issues with the chronic fatigue stuff, and if anything else is going wrong, I can't. It's difficult to manage. If I've got plenty of extra energy and whatever health to kind of dedicate to it, I can manage it. But it's like it's easily exacerbated by anything else going wrong or being a problem. But and then like things like depression, which kind of comes hand in hand with it. Like there's these issues that it's just not as like in a certain way. I think a lot of it is just I don't have that energy that I did when I was a teenager to deal with it.
Oh,
So it may not be empirically more powerful or strong, but it is relationally more dominant than it used to be compared to whatever it was that I could use to cancel it out.
that makes sense. Are you still able to harness it for your projects?
Not as efficiently. I go through more. I suffer from more, just sort of like frozen funks than I did when I was younger. So it's I get a lower efficiency out of that motor, but I still use it. It still works generally overall. Just the machine breaks down more often now, I guess.
Oh,
Way to put it.
well, yes, that's the AGE, I think.
Yeah. I feel like I got slapped with this, like the whole chronic fatigue thing. It's like I would explain to people, they're like, that sounds like being old. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm in my 20s. Like, it's supposed to, it sucks. But yeah, my best years were like my early 30s. From like 28 to 33, I had a nice, sweet little 5-year span. So. But yeah, I would trade in my 20s. They weren't very much fun.
How are you, like 40? In your 40s now, ish?
I just turned 35.
How much?
35.
You're 35?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. Not. I mean, it's your maturity.
Like I said,
You seem more like way more of my generation, I guess.
Add 15 years and I make more sense.
Wow.
That like I said, I got a head start. Not going to school was a great, that gave me a 15-year head start on everyone else. Plus the fact that I can say here on your channel, I'm, smarter than the average bear by way too much. So, I was and I also grew up interacting with adults, like as a little kid.
Uh-huh.
I I don't even remember all of it, but I mean, I remember stories when I was like 3 or 4. I learned how to play. My dad taught me how to play poker. And my mom would be at these, meetings for the peanut commission or, some kind of farmer thing. And she'd leave the room and come back and find me like had talked some old farmer into playing a hand of poker. Like as a toddler, like little, the way I kept quiet is I would sit, I had a stack of puzzles about this tall that we carried everywhere with me. So when I had to go to like a meeting and be quiet with her, I would sit on the floor and put puzzles together.
Like jigsaw puzzles?
Yeah,
Oh,
that was my. It worked too,
yeah. Oh, I love puzzles.
but
I used to do them on stream. I used to make
but
puzzles in the background while I'm streaming. It helped me to focus and listen.
yeah, that's what I did that night. I zoned out after that test. That was all I could do. I couldn't go to sleep. I couldn't really talk. I had some online chat room friends and I tried to talk to them, but I just sit there and sort of like zoned out and put a puzzle together.
Mm-hmm. It's it definitely gets me in a zone, a good
Yeah,
zone.
it's soothing.
Did you Oh, thank you, Not Lost. I've been kind of keeping an eye on the chat conversation too. Did you have siblings? Like, did you grow up with siblings?
Yeah, so I have a
Or-
younger brother and a younger sister. We're all approximately 5 years apart.
Okay. Are they nerds too?
They're not as nerdy as me. My brother is a lot like me, but he's a little bit more like when we were young, we like he's close. I don't know, I don't know that he's quite as like pathologically outlier as I am. Like he's really smart, but he's being a pilot and stuff. He's a little bit he's like a nerd that prefers doing physical things, even though that's not necessarily naturally his baseline processing thing. My sister, she's a physical person. Um, I mean, she's real smart, but I always laugh. I don't know if you saw the Sherlock show and they made the joke about, oh, we thought you were the dumb one, but that's just because we hadn't met anybody else.
The one with
My sister saw it away.
Cumberbatch.
She's like, I always felt dumb, and I'm like, well, you're not quite as default nerdy, but also, growing up in my family, it's the sample was a bit skewed.
Is it tied to chronic fatigue? I haven't. I worked for a
There's some suggestions
rheumatologist
that it is.
for a little while, and
ADHD.
that's where they would send all the CFS patients was to the rheumatologist. So I had to learn a little bit about it through that.
Yeah, there's research out there that suggests there can be a connection between both like autism stuff as well as ADHD and chronic fatigue syndrome.
We just have those mutant nervous systems.
Well, I think part of it is the never shutting off,
Oh yeah,
I think that's part of it because it's like I know when I
mine
got
never
sick,
shuts off either.
I went through like this mental triage, and I eliminated a whole bunch of like taxing learned mental behaviors, and stuff that I'm like, oh, I didn't realize that was churning away and sapping energy and a worry about
You were
this,
just able to turn them off or get rid of them,
more or less, once I
like
can
killing
see,
a process.
yeah, like once I can
Control Alt
see it,
Delete.
once I'm aware of it, then it's pretty easy to just kill. Like there were social behaviors that I had learned that really didn't work necessarily great for me, but there's always been a lot of this, and I'm gonna say a little bit, it's exacerbated a little bit the fact that I'm female. This you need to take it back a notch. You need to be a little
What?
socially smoother, right? Like there's a implicit push towards that.
So it's like a pressure or like
Yeah.
you feel
I'm triggered by the word demure. One time my mom said that I should be more demure, and she's a very tomboy kind of like she's not a proponent particularly of this, but she's a little more socially tries to smooth things over than me. And one time she said that, and I actually like went off. That's the only time I've ever like gone off.
don't call me demure.
But I'm like, don't tell me to be demure.
I am not demure.
I tossed a whole bunch of that stuff and things like, you know what? If people don't like me as I am, then that's their problem. But the funny thing is that from my perspective, my social effectiveness improved when I stopped trying to do it by the rules. It was amazing.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I stopped trying to follow the rules, and I think people like me more. Even though
It makes it easier to find your lane.
To be annoying, right? Like the things that my mom's like, don't annoy them with that. I'm like, but they seem to like me telling this story.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff like that. Things like, there's issues with like worrying about stuff that I can't control. The idea of regrets, I kind of like, I killed that one mostly. That was a big energy sapper. I'm like, learn from mistakes, but you don't have to like energetically like just, let them sap you. because I don't like
Yeah,
making
if you're able to,
mistakes.
if you're able to avoid, if
But
like if you're able to control that.
yeah, and
Some people
that's
it
when I
keeps
got into
coming back.
psychology and you know, learned all of the different like personality models and different things, and kind of that helped me come to a better understanding of what my default lowest energy easiest state is. And I realized I was faking being, you know, I was going outside of that realm and studying out there.
INTJ, ISTJ, INTJ.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm an ENTP.
No way.
I,
I'm an
yeah.
ENTP.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
You seem a little more on the STEM side, which is why I guessed S. But
Well, that's my, as I said, my documented education. But I'm all over the place as far as
well, so you're an
my
8 and an
actual.
ENTP. We shared Enneagram and an MBTI. Wow.
Yeah, that's a
Let's
weird
see.
combo. I get called on it a lot. They're like, you can't be. And like that, I growing up being in a very physical environment, I do a good imitation of an ESTP. I
Oh,
can
okay.
hang with ESTPs for short periods of
I
time.
think because of the and this is just an assumption from living up here in Seattle. I assumed you were an introvert because I assume all computer nerds are introverts because up here they are. That's what threw
Yeah.
me.
Well, and that I'm not the best I'm not the ideal sit at a computer and program person. Now, if you want to come up with a weird, I'm not sure what it's going to do, but let's see, and it's cool AI program. I did one of those in college. Like, I'm great at that. I come up with all kinds of weird stuff, but I consider myself a 3 iteration coder, right? Like by the third iteration, it's reasonably well written and understood, and you know, it's good code. The first couple of iterations are me doing a whole bunch of weird stuff and seeing if it works.
Wow.
But yeah, if you're
This is
if you're into Jung, like I you know, again, I feel like I'm getting the weeds with you. It's like I would probably be what would be considered a not divergent, but a highly differentiated type, like an unbalanced type, which is why I don't always come off as a straight ENTP. I'm like NE, TI, TE, and I like I'm like double. I always in MBTI circles, I claim that I'm an NT squared.
the T is squared because they also have
The
like
N
the
and the T, right?
X
Like
and XP type stuff
yeah,
where
I'm
you're
like any, and then it's like I feel like I can the T's complement each other, and then I'm pretty good at using them to kind of both at the same time. Like it's I prefer TI what MBTI would call TI values, but functionally I can operate them both, and then especially it took more years, but like later last 10 years of my life, like my NI has really kind of come in clutch and filled in some gaps, but yeah, I'm an interesting psychological subject, I'm pretty sure.
I'm so glad there's others out there.
Yeah. Well, I first started hanging out with people on the internet about 10 years ago, and it was I had thought for years that I had to be an INTP. And then I had a revelation one day that I was like, I reread the stuff and I'm like, you know what? I think I'm actually probably an ENTP. And I went to this channel that was doing videos about being an ENTP, and it had a link and it said, come talk to us. And back then so I actually ended up being on this live channel that we had to use like GoToMeeting and all this, had to have all these like interface sequences and whatever, but had like most of the time like a 24-hour a day chat room that we could go and talk to. And it was 50% ENTPs, which was a very strange social makeup, but it was so much fun.
What platform was this? Do they still have it?
That which existed, the guy who started it still streams, but the community kind of doesn't exist anymore, except as those of us that have kept in touch with each other. I still chat with a bunch of them, and some of them I've become friends with in real life. That's where I met Taylor.
Who's Taylor?
Flo.
Oh, wait, Flo was on the Oh, that's right, because he does personality
He
type
thought
thing.
he was an ENTP for a while.
He is.
He was legitimately.
He's definitely an E.
He's an ESTP.
He's an S, more of an S, because he's ADHD too.
But he's a nerdy ESTP. Like I think of it as clusters, right? And
I don't.
lit-
He so much of his conclusions seem to come from an end, though. He doesn't like when I follow his factual thinking,
he's borderline, but he has
and
the
then
same sort of
definitely
thinking,
T
right?
and
The
J
TI.
probably, or he's kind of a strong P too. He's another 8 too. That's when
Yeah.
Flo and I first met. We realized we were both 8s very early, and we're like, oh, cool, another 8.
Yeah, no, I remember because when I first came in, he was the only 8 in the community, and you know that was the sort of connecting discussion topic were these personality models, and so we were all typing each other, and he thought he was an ENTP. Then he decided he was legitimately visiting me in real life. He came and visited me for a week. We
Oh,
hung out
in
and
person?
talked.
In your
Yeah,
Oh wow.
and that's when he decided he was an ESTP. When we
Oh, I
it
didn't know
was
y'all
funny.
were that connected.
But yeah, no, and then but I mean he it's because we met on the internet. Like there's half a dozen of the people that I met on the internet that I've since gotten to meet in real life.
Oh,
But yeah,
cool.
but then when I thought, you know, most ENTPs are 7s, and so I went with that. And then after about 2 weeks, I decided I was an 8, and I remember telling Taylor, and after a while, like it was interesting because like with two of us, we were able to better understand what an 8 was, because when it was just him, it was harder to tell. But
I had created me and this guy created a community a few years ago specifically for 8s called the 8 Balls, and it was for people with the Enneagram 8 personality type.
yeah, I was on a Discord group for Enneagram 8s, and it was funny because I would kind of, you know, took the training wheels off in there because I'm like, all right, this is for 8s, so I can be a little less. I don't have to soften myself, right? And so many people just got triggered.
What
Like,
is it? Is the 8? Is it the 8ness that people reacted to when we talk about things like intensity and you mention energy? Is it the 8ness that is doing it?
I mean, what's funny is when I finally kind of understood the Enneagram and what an 8 was, there was this, you know, I was in my late 20s, and there throughout my whole life there were these incidents that didn't make sense, right? Like I was missing a variable to compute these incidents that didn't go like I expected, right? These encounters with people. And when I learned what an Enneagram 8 was, and I realized that it was like these little boxes, it all clicked into place. Like that was the missing understanding of myself that made all these encounters that went strange make sense. You know, like
So that was the explanatory.
Yeah, like the fact that first of all, is like I never thought of myself as an angry person, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't have a short temper.
Are you a 7 wing or 9 wing?
I'm a 7 wing.
Okay. Yeah, me too. I think Flo is as well.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
Donald Trump.
7. I agree with that. Yeah, I'm like I'm a tri-type. I'm like an 8-5-3 or whatever. I'm the cold tri-type.
What's your subtype? I mean, that like social. Was it like more of a connector, more of a?
The best I can tell, and this one took a lot of thinking because I'm essentially asexual, so that confuses the issue.
Bisexual.
Well, I'm asexual, so that confuses the issue because most of the explanations and discriminatory stuff. I actually think I'm an SXSO would be my instinctive subtype, because I have the intensity thing. I tend to, instead of it being a actual like physical relational intensity that I seek, I tend to go for an intellectual one. But I do that with people I meet. I'm doing it to you right now.
But it's this like drive to connect,
cool
have this
brain.
intimate connection with.
Yeah, I'm like, let me just jump right into the backyard of your brain. I do that to people.
Yes, yes, yeah. The mind meld
nobody else
is.
Knew this backyard was here, and I'm like, hi. Like,
yeah, it's the mind melding.
Yeah, so. But that's my opinion on that one. I'm probably SSXO.
Oh my god,
SXSO.
Yeah, I'm an SX too.
But
what's the third one? Let's see. I'm looking it up now.
I'm not actually that rational about or that obsessive about
the 3 instincts. Let's see.
Self-preservation.
I definitely have. I'm lowest in that one. I have no sense of self-preservation whatsoever. It's the sexual and
But I'm very functional at self-preservation.
I'm not
so
social
everybody thought
either.
I was one, but I'm like, I happen to have very good self-preservation skills, but I'm not, but I also do a lot of stupid, reckless stuff because I get bored.
Yeah, and the ability to like acquire resources and stabilize yourself. I don't have that. Yeah, you're right. I am like 100% SX and almost 0 in the other two.
Yeah.
I'm very strong SX, and I think that part of the like that drive to connect on a really intense level could be some of that energy that people react against too.
Yeah.
It's just
well, like
too
the
much.
one-on-one thing too, right? Like it's like focusing it all at one person.
It's like a persona, like Ingmar Bergman's persona, and that's just too much for some people.
Yeah.
And that's like my starting point.
Yeah, I like other eights. So I've done martial arts for most of my life, and it's funny because I realize a lot of the other black belts are eights. Of course, my teacher was like an ESTP 8, and I realize now that that's another reason I make a good fake ESTP because my sort of third parent was was an ESTP. But it's funny because being around other eights, I was like, they're chill, and I have like a mini personality system that I use for training fighters. There's cold people, there's the cold triggers and the hot triggers. And some people you can punch them in the face and then they're paying attention and then they go off and then you can work with them. And then like me and some of the others, like when I go into a ring, I relax.
Yeah.
And I go, and it's weird because it's the total opposite. And then it took me a long time to even figure out what triggered me. What triggers me in a ring to maybe get a little too aggressive is when somebody like starts giving up or starts doing what I think is stupid or not defending themselves.
Oh, that throws you off.
One time somebody just like drops their hands and like, oh, and I'm like, one of the other eights though kind of he was reffing, so he saw. I caught myself, but that was interesting to learn. But yeah, the other eights we don't sense each other's energy. To me, other eights.
Yeah, you seem normal. You seem like a calm, grounded energy to me.
They're super still to me. Other eights, it's like, oh, it's so not exhausting to like be around other eights.
Yeah.
Whereas like other people are, but I guess it's for other people that aren't eights. Apparently, it's tiring to be around us sometimes.
This has been one of the most useful, helpful conversations I think I've had in a long time. Like it's that mirroring and that comparing the notes when you're with similar neurotypes that we don't get very often.
Yeah. Well, you can get into the details, into the little details if you've got examples that are pretty close together.
I wonder if Flo would be able to participate in something like this. Seems like he would.
He would.
I'd be up for trying it. And if there's any, we could have like a whole stream one day of just eights, where we kind of hammer out what it means to be an 8.
You can let us know. Now, one caveat is like, I think I have a pretty good understanding of 8s, but I qualify it as the thinking type 8s. I think there is some qualitative differences to like the other half of the, cognitive.
Because you might have some 5 too. Like when I was looking at it, it was the 8 and the 5 that I both.
Yeah,
I saw myself in both of those more than any of the others.
5 is definitely my head fix, and it's probably my second one. I assess my tri-type to be 853. So yeah, the 5 changes things a lot too. Like Taylor, he's like an 873, probably.
Yeah, I think he's a little. Yeah, that.
And I thought I might be.
About.
There's a little difference in there, and I'm like, no, I'm more of a 5. I have the 7 wing, so I've got a little bit of that 7 going on. But then I have the 5 as my actual sort of fixation in the head triad.
That drive to connect here. Because do you know your Enneagram type? You're on the spectrum too, right?
But now the 5 moderates the 8 well, in my experience. Because what it is I somebody does something that irritates me, and I go, and the 8 goes, punch them in the face, and the 5 goes, but we could do some, but if we do that, they're winning, and then I don't, and then I
Right. And the 5 is what I use to like. I could punch him in the face, but I bet I could come up with 5 or 6 other options I could do as well.
Right,
and the 5 helps me generate
those. Still want to get them right, like if the 5's like, look, that's not the best revenge. let's talk about this. If we still
Yeah.
want to get them, we can come up with a much more devious, impactful way.
Exactly that.
So
Oh my
people think
God.
I'm just a nice 8. I'm like, no, I'm just a
People think I'm nice too all the time.
like
I wear the horns and everything. They still get fooled.
there's different views. I'm like, I'm kind. I'm not necessarily nice.
Possible for a mad scientist. Well, I think it would come from a philosopher before it came from. So maybe let's say a mad philosopher to create a dialectic or mode of thinking that could manipulate your way of thinking. I have so many thoughts on this. Maybe you're doing it right now, but I think there's limited dialectical or modes of thinking that are effective enough that you could come up with. So I think the parameters are very narrow to begin with in this little exercise. And what are you saying? The paradigm itself guides or influences the way you think? I know that happens with metaphors, like there's certain images in our thinking that can like kind of guide. They're called constitutive metaphors, and they kind of guide. Like if we think of, I don't know, like the heliocentric model of the universe, or whatever cosmology you have, can bias how you process information and kind of guide the conclusions you draw just because you're using one certain image over another. And so there's things like that, but I'm trying to figure out what manipulate my thinking would look like, because I'm pretty aware of each little stage of my thinking, and it seems pretty self-directed. And so if that's being manipulated, I feel like I would be able to catch it if
I feel like it would
somebody
have to
were
be
trying to hijack a process that I'm so intimately aware of.
it'd have to be like really personalized. Like it would have to be pretty really tuned in. So like
Yeah, the challenger. But then I got fooled by that troll the other day. So is like being fooled manipulating your thinking, or I don't know. But after I adopted the troll as reality, my thinking was perfectly consistent and logical from that point. So it didn't really change my thinking. It just changed like what premise I was using to think.
I think
Like right
detecting
now, you're
trolls is a
manipulating
skill.
my thinking. The thing I like about thinking, especially people with like training in formal logic and philosophy, is you can show it. You can like map out a logical argument. There's Boolean algebra. You could diagram a sentence and like show how the parts of speech relate to each other, etc. So it's possible to demonstrate thinking at a very granular, precise level, and be transparent about it. And then other people would come along and either follow it or show where they don't quite see the connections, etc. And so to me, it's more because of its transparency, it's less open to manipulation than other parts of us.
I think if you're familiar with your, for lack of a better use, what the Enneagram model attempts to model, that sort of irrational triggers, I think that makes one a lot harder to manipulate. I think that's what a lot of thinkers end up not understanding. Like,
The irrational factors.
yeah, like
Yeah. Oh, I noticed that too.
I didn't acknowledge my irrationalities, how irrational I was until I dug into it. I was like, no, I'm perfectly
How do you
logical,
become aware of
simple.
that? Because it's so seamless. People move from perfectly logical consistency to irrationality just seamlessly. Like even in one sentence or one thought, they could do it. So how do you catch those little shifts into irrationality if they're so?
By knowing what the sort of like irrational motivations are, like learning about the 8 thing, right? Like because that conflicts with more clean logic sometimes, right? Or even like the idea that an intuitive first type in like an MBTI style model is an irrational, they call it an irrational type. So I contemplated that statement for a long time, and I'm like, okay, there's a little bit, there's some stuff to be explored in there as far as there is finding sort of those motivations that are intrinsic to me and my personality that will fight what is the pure rationality, right? It's like, okay, if I'm going to diverge from the rationality, what
But do you
reasons
know
would I
when you're
leave?
diverging? Do you know when you're
To
fighting?
some degree, yeah. I've kind of come to recognize it. It's another one of those things where it's like, again, the being an ENTP and an 8, those things kind of fight each other sometimes. And there's times in my past where I was conflicted and kind of didn't. I At that point, I didn't have any understanding why or whatever.
Hmm.
Then I started looking for it, and it's like, I'm sure I miss things, but I feel like I am less confused when things like that happen, which is nice. I don't like being confused.
Yes. Oh my God, that is the most painful emotion in the world.
I
Especially when it
most
happens like out of the blue and you have no idea what just happened, and all of a sudden you're mired in confusion.
As a kid, I look back and I'm pretty sure because I have a pretty simple spectrum of emotions. With some of the eightness kind of stuff, it's like, okay, I think as a kid, my most frequent emotion that I experienced, looking back now that I can kind of evaluate it, was angry confusion. And it was
But
like
is
I
the
was
confusion
confused
what
and
what
angry about it.
causes the anger? Like,
Yeah.
is it the frustration? Because so wait, how did it go?
Somebody would tell me something that didn't make sense, but was sort of, like, or I would be told not to do a thing without an explanation or things like that. And it would be like, and I remember the feeling, and it was like, I'm confused and I'm angry that you're not explaining it to me too.
I had someone explain it to me once as that confusion you're talking about is actually a complex emotion that's a combination of frustration and disappointment. And it's that
Yeah.
sensation of both of those emotions at once that cause that feeling of
Yeah.
confusion and dissonance.
Yeah. But that's, I'm pretty sure that was I experienced, that was my main emotional experience as a kid. That would actually kind of like, be intense enough to bother me. I was like, oh,
Yeah. And as a kid you don't know what the emotion is, but I mean I know what the emotion feels like, but I don't understand
yeah.
that I'm frustrated, disappointed, etc. I had an expectation that got set. It didn't get met. I don't know why. I did everything right that I thought I was supposed to do, etc.,
Exactly.
etc.
You thought did everything right, and it's like there was no intention to it, or like getting
Yeah.
in trouble for. I would get in trouble for doing something that I didn't know I was going to get in
And it
trouble
was
for. I didn't
not
know I
like
was not.
intuitively or logically obvious. It's something that I would never
Yeah.
think would be that big of a deal.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
have
No.
focused analytical. How capable do you think yourselves to be with? Um, it, I'd like to think my critical thinking is intact, regardless of whether it's applied to things internal or external. The abstract thought thing is a little tricky because I love philosophy and stuff like that, but I have to have it very concrete. And on my Big Five test, under the intelligence part, I scored very low in intellect, which surprised me. But when I read the description, it was all about abstract thinking and like not the concrete stuff. And then that made it make sense to me. So apparently I can do the abstract thought, but it has to be tied to something concrete. I can't just do abstraction for abstraction's sake. I do struggle with that.
I feel like I'm decent at it. Like I actually,
I can
I think,
follow it. I could follow complex philosophical ideas and mathematical, like abstract mathematical stuff, but I'm so I guess I am okay with it. But it's not like my mind doesn't naturally think or work in that mode. I'm very
like
focused on concretes, like what I notice and connecting that and making sense of perception. I guess that's the P.
I think sometimes I'm actually better at sort of the broader. I think of it as differentiating infinities, like these sort of like I I think that I think sort of geometrically, but it's like multi-dimensional geometry.
Like different
So
layers, because I can zoom out
there's
the big picture too. I have
yeah.
different zooms, but some of my lenses are broken. I don't have all
I'm good
the
at
zoom levels.
way zoomed out and really zoomed in. The middle
Yeah,
zooms are a little blurry. They're lower quality glass in the middle
that is. I
lenses.
have no middle lens at all. I'm completely blind. My middle lens is broken, and I can't see anything in the middle. I have always had that issue. I can be here and here, But
Yeah.
the middle is just a big blur. I have no idea what's in it.
I feel like I've learned to look at the middle from those other perspectives. It's like
Yeah.
I've gotten a zoom lens, and so I'm better aware. I have observed some of the middle, but I don't actually get to the middle. I'm observing it through like a telescopic lens
Actually, it's an
from either the high or
inference.
the low.
The
Yeah.
middle is actually the abstraction. It's an inference from zooming out and then zooming in at the details and zooming back out, and you put together
Yeah.
a picture of what the middle
What
looks like.
must
But I
be
don't
between
ever
those two
directly
things?
perceive the middle.
I think I agree with that. Yeah. It's a good way to put it.
Ooh, what is social expectation bias? Resonate to siding with the norm. I never know what the norm is. Ever, ever, ever. Everything about me seems like normal. Like every time I'm thinking about something, I think I'm thinking the most normal thing in the world. It's not until it collides with some other norm that I realize I can evaluate how normal or not normal it is.
Yeah.
And normal for me is different from other people. So my norm, just because it's not society's norm, I never take it as it's not normal.
Yeah. I feel like I've studied normal to where that I have a theory and a model of normal. I would say that I'm good at predicting. It's always confusing because if I say I don't understand people, that's often inferred to mean that they surprise me. I've gotten to the point where people don't surprise me much, but I still don't understand them. I can predict them, but I don't claim to understand them as far as like
Oh.
the normal behavior. And also,
And
my super ego is a shriveled up little. My super ego does not have much of a say.
I don't even know if I have one. I think it's there. I've just gotten pretty
It's a
good at
shriveled
ignoring
up
it,
little like
even as a
malformed,
kid.
Aborted little thing in the basement.
It's shamed out, a gimp. Also, like as I do these streams in the Panelverse, I'm looking more and more normal to myself, like socially normal, like siding with norms. Then I realize, like a lot of these conversations, I seem to be the most normal one in the whole conversation, and people tell me how normal I am, and that surprises me because never in my life have I been the normal one. And suddenly, hanging out in these environments, I'm suddenly, I guess it's relative, but relative to the Panelverse, I feel much more normal than I ever have before.
Yeah, that makes sense. It is a skewed sample. The greater
Very
YouTube
skewed.
Panelverse that I'm now swimming around in and exploring the bounds of, it's more broad than where I used to hang out on the internet like 10 years ago, but it's still skewed.
You mean there's more are we just at a little harbor? Is there
Well, there's kind of
like
this.
fairer seas out there?
There's so like I started at Taylor's channel and I've kind of been pathfinding outwards from that, and then so like 2 or 3 years ago I actually have been hanging out in the like Pan-African and certain sub parts of the Black Manosphere on YouTube.
Oh.
Was where I was hanging out. Yeah, I'm like what is it? You get like the honorary degrees. I'm like an honorary member of the
the Pan-African manosphere, the Black Manosphere.
Yeah.
She's our honorary white chick.
But and then before that, it was like in the early days, it was the like personality models and stuff.
Oh yeah.
But that was before you could live stream without doing a whole bunch of stuff. I was on one of the few channels that actually did that, and we would live stream our,
So this must have been way back, like even before 2020.
Yeah. So it was like, trying to think, 2018 is when I met Taylor in person.
Wow, I didn't know he was around. He's been around for that long. His
No,
old
maybe it was
ass.
like 20. No, it would have been like 2016, I think. 2017. No, since I said those two numbers, it was probably 2017. We actually had a meet in person of like there was a member that was from Norway, and she flew over, and the channel founder lived in California, and I picked up one of the guys I live in New Mexico. I picked up one of the guys in Arizona on the way.
So this was like a little group of you that met, like a little panel reunion.
The thing is it was a very ENTP way to do it because again, the dominant population of this group is ENTPs. and people who apparently like to hang out with us. Um, and then, and so this girl was coming from overseas. She was dating this kid from California, and we found out she was coming. And so a bunch of us decided to show up without like telling the guy who said that we were coming. We told his girlfriend so that she wouldn't be surprised, but yeah, like a whole bunch of it just it was sort of a informal, like we kind of independently all decided that we were going to make this a meetup, and a bunch of us showed up.
That
at the
was
same
a
place.
visit. Y'all went visiting.
Yeah, it was fun. But and then like I was in there's one of the guys, he was from Scotland and then he moved to France, and I ended up in France in 2018, and it'd be like a town over from where he was, and so I took him out in the woods and taught him how to shoot a shotgun.
Oh yeah, because they don't get to do that there, do they?
Now I was there for the World Shotgun Shoot, so we rented a castle, and they had grounds where we could go out and actually like test our guns and stuff. So, but that was fun. I think I'm the only person that has met him. But and then there's some others, just like when I'm traveling around, the ones that I know well enough to know where they live, I holler at them.
Well, if you're ever in Washington State, let me know.
Okay, I haven't been in a long time, but I used to go to Oregon
miserable.
about once a year, but I haven't. Well, I'm from the desert, so I always enjoy the like drizzle that everybody apologizes for.
Oh yeah, see, I'm ready to get back to the desert.
Yeah.
You make ENTPs and 8s sound like the most exciting people in the world. I don't know why there's not more people wanting to hang out. I guess it's that intensity.
There's an intensity, and then there's like that getting down in the weeds level of detail. I find a lot of people get turned off by
The
that.
nerdiness.
Because I've gotten in conversations with others, and we'll be looking at topic, and I realize that from the outside it looks like we're repeating ourselves over and over and over again, but really we're like narrowing down, right? Like we're going back over the same ground to work out a minuscule difference.
Yeah.
But to the audience, it just looks like we're repeating ourselves.
Well, not if they're following the conversation.
Yeah. Well, the people that are following, but
Oh.
that's usually a minority of the general audience.
Don't tell me that.
Well, in that group, right? Like I would say that group I first hung out with, they were all above average intelligence, and again, at least half of them were ENTPs. 75% were at least ENTP adjacent, right? Like INTPs and
Well,
stuff.
maybe that's the key is finding the right personality types and making panels of.
It can change the whole dynamic. But the sad part is that I remember one time we had a full room, it was like 12 people that I all thought pretty well of. And I was trying to explain a very simple what to me was a pretty straightforward concept. And I gave an example. I had modeled out sort of a metaphor to explain it and my thought process on it. And it didn't seem that hard. And only one person in the room got it. Like all these people. And I'm still really good buddies with him. Like we still, even after that all broke up, like, cause it was funny because there would be I'd be like, all right, this is a bunch of smart people that kind of think the way I do. But there was still incidents where it was like, I remember that happened suddenly. Like there's only one person in this room that understands what I'm saying right now. So I kept him. I'm like, he's collected. Yep. I feel like I've collected maybe like, at this point, like there's like 3 other people.
That's
which is amazing.
That is, that's a treasure trove. I'm telling you, like even to have 1, but if you have 3.
Yeah. Well, it was magic, the first one, because it's like, I didn't know that fidelity of communication was possible. Because it's so easy. You don't have to like you don't have to edit and like rearrange how you're saying it and you feel like they're getting it pretty high fidelity, pretty high res what you're giving to them.
I've seen that at the gifted school. That was the first time I really experienced it. And then when I joined Mensa, part of not all of Mensa, but there was a subset of Mensa that happened with as well, because that was probably all the gifted people anyway. Yeah. And the conversation gets really fluid. You can cover a lot of depth and a lot of ground with very little effort and much greater time than you could with other people.
Right.
And I just noticed the difference in conversation when I'm talking to gifted
You
people.
could almost like speak in broken sentences
Yeah.
in order to like, it's like this high efficiency,
Yeah.
minimally structured high efficiency speech. Actually, I did have a flash of what it could be like, but it was in text because I was, trolling the internet as a young teenager, and there was this. It was the High IQ Society, and they had an online pseudo-official test that if you passed it, you got into the club, and they had a forum, and I remember having like a couple of really good forum conversations in there.
Oh, so
But it's
it came
better
through
in person.
in text in the right group?
Yeah, well, it was just like, I was talking about some kind of political issue or like, but it didn't get caught up in all of the same old pitfalls that those topics usually get caught up in. Like it was actually like felt like it went somewhere, the conversation.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten about that until you mentioned the IQ societies, but yeah, like it's, yeah, it also, the sad part is it kind of sours some of the, what I thought was decent communications before. It's like,
Oh, because it set a new standard.
yeah, it set a new standard. But now I actively search for people like that, and I'm better at recognizing them. So I think there's a.
Well,
there's
I'd
a
like to
guy-
find more of them too. That's what I was looking for on the stream when I started, and then I ended up in the Dramaverse somehow.
Well, see, and then people will find you. It does work because there's one guy, and he had a YouTube channel, and another guy I met in those early days. He actually comes around Flow State channel sometime. Kaizo. He usually trolls. His default like defensive social strategy is to be a troll, but once you get past that, he's pretty high level. But he found this guy's YouTube channel and he called me in and he's like, this guy, I think this guy could, hang with us. It's like, we need to talk to this guy. But anyway, and he talked the guy into letting him be a guest on the channel. And then he called me and he was living in the UK then, and now he lives in Africa. But anyway, this guy whose channel he found, he shows up as a guest and he brings me along and he's like, surprise, this is he just was like, hi, this is Audrey, my intelligent friend. She's here too. And anyway, we basically, like, in a weird way, we almost cornered this guy, and we're like, and then before it was over, we're like, okay, yeah, but the guy, he didn't have any friends that could talk.
Oh, that was his first
So
time.
that was like his first encounter, right? So we like found him and sort of like pounced, and then we were like, okay, yeah, because he was dumbing it down for his channel, but we were like, but it smells like maybe he could go, that he's dumbing it down for the audience. Let's just find out.
We need that for our social development. Like neurotypicals get that every day of their life when they walk out their house, and we have to get it in these little doses. And so we need as much of that as we could possibly get so we can develop ourselves. And I want more of those people.
Where it's like you realize there's someone that's mostly like you.
So yeah, I was very fortunate.
Like, this person makes sense to me. It's an amazing especially that first time. It's like, wow, that's. And yeah, a lot of people
I got it when I was younger, and I've watched a lot of I've watched it happen for adults for the first time, and it's one of the most beautiful things. And I am trying to bring that to people because I know the power that it has. When you even not even just two, like even just bringing two of those people together. And so I know how crucial it was to my own development. And so when I find adults that have never had it or experiencing the first time, I know I'm on the right track. And I know that it's more of that I'm trying to bring.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's a good thing. And yeah, once you've experienced it, you try to find people that you can like bring it to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had ones like I didn't consciously realize it. Like I didn't find a peer until I was in my 20s, but I did have a cheat that my dad is a whole lot like me. So I feel like that's always was, one of the blessings of my childhood is that I didn't feel super abnormal because I had my dad. So
he was one
very similar to me. He's definitely an ENTP. He's definitely a high IQ ENTP. He's probably more of a 7, maybe. I don't know. He's probably like a 7 wing 8 or something. Maybe
That makes all the
I don't
difference.
think he's an 8, but like intellectually, and I remember as a little kid I would come up with these great ideas, these big any ideas, and I would take them to him, and then I don't know, to me I also like developed my TI, my ability to sort of discriminate and like think over my big ideas as a young kid, because I would give it to him and he'd be like, yeah, but here's how it won't work. So I got
Oh
really good
wow.
at like processing and like fine tuning my big ideas before I took them to him.
So you
Because
got the support you needed at an early age from your dad. Like just having your
yeah,
dad or someone like your dad would make all the
yeah. Well, like I said,
difference.
it made me feel normal. I
Yeah,
didn't
it
feel
normalized it.
that
That's
weird.
what we need. Exactly
And like I said,
what
and
we
it
need.
helped me develop intellectually. I know because he can, like I said, at that time he was so far ahead of me, more developed. Like again, he would shoot down my big ideas, so I learned really quickly to process my big NE ideas with that TI and fine tune them and refine them before I opened my mouth because I
Oh
didn't like getting
wow.
shot down, and and I grew up like in homeschooled and you know learning, we fabricate, he does everything. My subtitle I think says, "And a master of a few." That was what he always said. He's like, what is it? Because it's supposed to be jack of all trades, master of one. He's like, no, it's jack of all trades, master of a few. That's how
Oh
he
yeah.
that's how he described himself.
The multi-potentialites. Or
Yeah, I like polymath. That's my favorite.
that's the next word I was about to say. um Not lost. I'm gonna speak for me. What you're saying here, I intellectually understand it. And people have told me this before. But for me, what you're seeing right here, what you're describing, is so normal for me. It's like I wake up in the morning doing this. It is effortless. I think everybody in America can just do, like, this is the normal human thing. So it confuses me when I walk out in public and I'm weird for, you're saying it's like more than 90% of the people. That's that
Yeah,
gap, that
it's
positive
like
maladjustment I've talked about. And
not everybody thinks about their thinking as well as
no,
thinking all the time. I was like a teenager. I remember watching a conversation. I specifically remember the moment when I realized that some people just really don't think deep. Like they say things and then it's like
this doesn't
pause.
even feel deep to me. This just feels like normal
No,
thoughts.
like what I thought was almost had to be like a caricature, like people having a conversation at the table behind me, and it was so. I don't want to say dumb, but that's what it shallow. That I thought it had to be fake.
That
But
nobody could
eventually,
actually be seriously having a conversation
yeah,
like
but
that.
that was really their. But eventually I realized like it was like that was where they were at, and it was disappointing, but it was an important realization. And then realizing that people just don't notice everything, how much people don't notice that
Including me, like, there's
perception
a lot I
is,
miss too. So
yeah,
I should not be in a position to judge anybody, but I know what you're talking about at the same
yeah,
time.
that perception is not equally distributed.
No, it's not. And I have a very scattered uh, attention pattern, like perceptual pattern. It
Yeah.
picks up some things other people don't, and it misses a lot of obvious things that everybody else catches.
What's that middle stuff?
Yeah, I guess so. You're right. It catches the tiny, fine details,
You don't miss like the
the
particulars.
layer that nobody see, and then it catches the big picture stuff that nobody's thinking about. But it's the
Yeah.
stuff in the
There's
middle,
some weird stuff in the middle that apparently is keeping everyone's attention.
and that's what everybody else is looking at. Maybe it's the Plato's cave. Like, I don't catch the shadows on the cave because I'm looking at
At
the
the
entrance and the other
at the
stuff.
colors of the cave rock. The little,
Yeah, I don't even see the shadows. Wow.
I can see the color of the shadows. Maybe I was laughing. When I start painting, it's weird. I like flip into this like from what I would almost call it. It's almost like a false schizophrenic sort of perception where it's like I only see the colors of things, and it's really weird. But
Are you conscious when you go into it? Like, are
well,
you able
I
to come
get
out?
into it by painting, right? Because you realize that
Oh yeah,
when I learned to paint, it's like it's all. I had a
it's an
good
altered state.
when I learned to paint. The I don't remember what the teacher actually said, but my brain read it as color, because I was good at drawing, but I didn't like color until I took this class in my 20s. And what she said, I don't remember, but what I heard was color is just the physics of light. And it was like, oh, okay.
Wow.
And anyway, but you look at like a white something and it's like there's different colors all over it, right? Like to actually see the color you're seeing, not the interpreted color of the thing, it was, so when I start painting for a while, I get into where I see that. And it's one of the few mental states that I cannot immediately like get out of. It usually lasts, it takes at least a couple of days to wear off. And
Oh,
walking
even
around in
after you
town,
finish the painting, you walk
yeah,
around.
like once I get into it, it sticks for a couple of days. It takes a couple of days to wear off. It's like walking around in, in real life where it's like, it's almost like the world is flat and I just see the differences of color, like, so objects are not properly differentiated because I'm not averaging the color, right? I'm not going, oh, that's a white thing. I'm going, that's a light purple, and that's and I see like all the actual colors. So it's an interesting state.
Wow.
But yeah, it's one of the few I can't immediately jump out of. And the world looks really interesting when I'm in there.
No, you have me thinking about. In fact, I think I did a stream or two on this way back. But the different state, like I call it active meditation because I don't do the sit down and be still type. But
Yeah.
things like reading, if I'm reading like a really powerful passage of literature, it will take my mind. I could feel that consciousness shift into like another state, or sometimes music, or being out in nature. And then in BDSM, we have the subspace, the different spaces you could get into from those energies. And I'm thinking of baseline normal consciousness as like the grounding platform, but then these other states are actually where our development takes place. I wonder if that's where I should be directing most of my attention. Even something like streaming, and on the right stream, I can get into a little state that's other than ordinary.
I think I do like finding new states like that. When you said, active meditation, I think of a lot of those states as a form of meditation where it's almost like instead of all of it kind of going on at once, it's like,
yeah, but it's a shift in
taking
like
out
ordinary
a subset
consciousness.
of my mind and it's getting all the power, right? It's like I'm diverting all the power to shields or whatever instead of, distributing the power equally amongst all the different functions. Because like martial arts, that's always been one for me. That's a certain state.
Yeah. I wonder, like, there's probably an infinite amount of states depending on
and
the
painting
activities.
is definitely one. Painting is a mind state for me.
Like creating is.
Well, painting in particular because I can't figure it all out ahead of time. I have a general idea of what it is I'm trying to paint. But there's a physical action that I have to constantly make a choice and then reevaluate. Make a single choice and then reevaluate.
Yeah.
And I can't project out into the future in a detailed manner like I sort of normally operate.
It's exploratory.
So I'm forced to make these concrete choices and live with them, moment to moment. And so that shifts a perspective back. And reading, I always I've been used to read all the time and zones me out. I switched to writing.
Love that reading zones sensation.
Yeah, or even watching movies. Like watching TV, I zone in a certain way. Although I have, I learned with like movies, being a writer helped me be able to watch TV and movies and enjoy them more because it opened up a new like part of my mind to examine it. Because I got to the point where I can't just sit and enjoy like, oh, yay, I'm a fan. Because my brain is being too critical. And so what I kind of learned to do is the way I describe it is I like split myself into, I always say I have multiple heads where it's like, this head is examining the story structure.
Yeah.
This head is admiring the cinematography. This head is, analyzing the actors. And then enough of my brain is occupied by it. Then this other head over here is like the fanboy head, and it can just go, yay, Star Wars or whatever.
Yeah, and it can move in and out of any of
Yeah,
those
but all of those are happening
layers.
simultaneously so that I can have like the basic kind of simple enjoyment, at least in one spot.
Yeah, I get
But
that too.
yeah,
And I
because
also
otherwise I
rewatch
just have
things a
to.
lot and see new and different things at every time, like new
Yeah.
layers every time.
I have some like it's funny because it's like some really pretty basic movies are some of my favorite ones to just like watch over and over again.
Yeah.
Things that they're not even objectively good. Some of them it's just like, but for whatever reason, that's like a comfort film. I'm like, I'm gonna
There's
watch that for the 100th time.
yeah. Oh, I do. I have my friend. I have certain films I watch every year, once a year at least. I check
Yeah,
in with this movie and I see new things every time.
yeah. I have a couple of books that away, but Dune is the only book that or book series that I've read multiple times.
I hear good things
My
about the
favorite.
new movie, the new franchise.
It's pretty good. I mean, I enjoy it. Those books are so dense, though. I mean, you're never going to see a movie that even comes
Oh,
close
okay.
to. There were things like I probably read them 3 times before I stopped getting surprised and realizing there was whole threads that I just forgotten because I couldn't. It was too much, you know. Didn't store that the first couple of times through.
Yeah. I read the is that the Asimov series? I read the Foundation books, but
Yeah, the
I
show's fun.
don't know anything about the show. It seems like a weird, like a hard show to pull off, especially the first novel. A hard show to pull off visually.
Yeah, I have been watching that one because I read Asimov a long time ago.
Yeah, me too. I liked his robot series, and which how relevant is that today?
Yeah, that's one of those weird ones where it's like realizing that most people in the world haven't read Asimov, and so they're all having all these thoughts about
Yeah, I
AI
think
for
there's
the
going to
first
be an
time.
Asimov revival, like a robot revival for the next few years, because
Oh,
there's I can't think of a series more topical with AI coming and all that. There's not really another author to turn to.
I don't know.
He
Frank
made
Herbert's
actual
got some.
rules for robots.
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make a play for Frank Herbert here. The Dune series, as well as some of his other stuff, he touched on a lot of that. The whole Butlerian jihad, where the
Oh
wars
yeah,
with AI,
I
and
have seen that phrase make its way in some
yeah,
circles.
because it's
Yeah, you're
they.
right.
So there's others out there, but Asimov is definitely the most well known.
Because when I read it, it was like way off in the sci-fi future of one day they'll have robots and this is what they'll have to deal with. And now today, it's like that Asimov stuff is happening right now. It's not as far off as it
Yeah,
seemed when I was reading it in high school.
yeah. No, it's interesting to watch because my documented education, my graduate degree, I was doing between like 2015 and 2018. I my specialty, my focus was actually sort of AI, certain types of
Oh,
AI.
what
So
year was this? You said?
like 2015 to 2018.
Oh, okay.
It was when it was the hot thing in like the computer science academia, but it wasn't really. It was right before the advent of realistic chatbots, as far as the public is concerned.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, my favorite project I wrote, the best project that I've ever seen in a class was an open-ended one. They're like, this is an open-ended research question. So the project is you're going to build on it, right? You're going to address it, even though there isn't like a right answer. That was so much fun. I actually got, but it was, the Ravens progressive matrices,
Mhm.
IQ test type things. The project was to build an AI that visually interpreted those and tried to solve them.
How did it do? It seemed like that would be easy for an well, but they're not good at the visual either, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but the visual thing, right, and the relationships and stuff without delineating it. And the thing is, what was funny is the first iteration you were allowed to use verbal descriptions of the pictures, and I tried that and it made my head hurt, and so I just skipped ahead to the visual part. But my agent actually learned. Like I got highlighted in a class of like 400 for my project. I even named my little agent, but and he made he wasn't perfect, but he did pretty good, and he did learn from iteration. And
What
he
was his
still
name?
did better than most of the random people I made take the the same test.
Oh, better than some of the humans.
Yeah, that's when I was working at the university. So I would like when I went around to people's offices when I was my office had had sheets of paper taped all up and down the walls. There were like all of the different matrices, the different Ravens matrices, so that I could sort of like visually contemplate them and think about how to write my program. And so, but I had like a basic, like the 12 most basic ones, which was a one test set. And so anybody I could talk into it, I would have them do it and get their score. And yeah, my agent beat most of them. It didn't beat me, but it did pretty good.
How many did it do? Like how many were on one run?
So like on the simple ones, it would get between, I think there was 5 different test sets that got progressively harder. And within each set, there was 12 that you were given to train on and 12 that you weren't.
Oh.
And like I think the lowest 12 that I was given, it got them all. And then like the other ones it would get like 10 out of 12. And I think the hardest sets it was getting about half.
That's not too
average.
bad.
But no, it's pretty good.
And was that the final iteration of it? That's where you left it at the end of class
anymore. It was at the point where I would need to rewrite the whole thing because I had thrown a whole bunch of. It was still in like first to second iteration because it's like it gets so bogged down with the random stuff that I try and throw in there, and then it's like, okay, now I know what it's doing. Now I can code that more efficiently and go back and then I can throw more randomness on top because
I want to
it was
ask
fun
it.
though. Because it was like I instead of programming for a specific effect, it was let me try this and see what happens.
I'm gonna ask it if so I just asked the Google AI, can you do Ravens matrices? I can't directly complete Ravens matrices for you because it says wait, what? Hang on, no, I want you to do it. It's saying that I can't do it because it has to test your reasoning and it would be cheating if it did it. I want to know if it's capable of doing it, not if it's. This is the woke AI. I hate this thing.
Yeah, well, it's funny because it's like I used to have some English teachers that would have. I had one she would have me once every semester come in and give her English class a lecture on sort of differentiating between robotics, artificial intelligence, automation, and sort of delineating how these things are different and kind of what they were. And then and talking about, and I would tell lots of people about, that I preached for several years that when chatbots became indistinguishable from when they had normal speech, that it would be a huge paradigm shift. And it's fun because I got to see it happen.
That's what's happening, or
yeah,
I know it's happening with like the sex bots. You can have AI.
The way people treat it, people infer a reason, right? Like people, it's sophisticated enough that people are it's changed the way people interact with machines and think of them.
I finally got it.
It's a low level thing. It hasn't. It's not like the ultimate change.
To me, it's still a dumb machine. It annoys me, and it doesn't get the answers right half the time.
That's my problem. I know how all this AI stuff works, and most of what people call AI, and this one of the things I used to do in those lectures is not exactly. It's a targeted AI agent. Like it uses AI algorithm type things, right? It's in some way using one type or multiple types of AI algorithms to do a certain job. But it's all very focused, and it's slightly more, dynamic than just hard coding something, but not a whole lot. It's kind of like a shortcut. And a lot of a lot of what it does that's so impressive is just because of its capacity to digest large data sets. But it's not necessarily very smart about it. It appears smart because it processed a zillion pieces in a data set. But the way it thought about them, like most of the basic machine learning algorithms, aren't that bright. Like my focus was what I call cognitive AI, which is where trying to make it, because I said humans are amazing because they make generally good decisions on incredibly little information almost all the time. Right? The human brain makes good decisions almost always on very little information. That's amazing, right? Like to
It
actually
is
create
kind
an
of
AI
amazing.
bot that
I
would
don't
do
know
that
if I'd
is
question
very
how good the
difficult.
decisions are.
Well, they're
of-
functional, right? They're functional. They're not great necessarily, but they are acceptable decisions because they sustain the entity,
I
right? They're
guess
not
so.
catastrophic decisions. They're not absolute failures.
You don't live
They're
in Seattle. I guess so.
marginally successful. I didn't say all the time, just more often than not. You know, and because people are making decisions.
I mean, it is.
constantly,
I'm
right?
surprised I survived childhood, honestly. So yes, you're right. It is remarkable that
Yeah.
what our brain gets
The-
us through.
Yeah, the human mind is fascinating, and so that was the direction. That was my focus, was the more what I call cognitive sort of approach to AI, where you're trying to make good decisions on information that's presented more like you encounter in real life, right? Small sets of information, right? Like being able to make a decent inference from 2 or 3 pieces of information rather than 2 million.
Right.
But I'm also fascinated by human cognition, so that was a nice alignment.
That's the one that fascinates me the most. Like, you know, even as a kid, I was fascinated by why did that person do what they just did? I'd see people do to me things that just look strange. And I was always fascinated. Why did they just do that or think that or say that? And I had to know. And I think I've been like that ever since.
Yeah, I feel like I wondered why they did it, and then I went through a phase of like, man, people are dumb. And then I realized that people are actually the most sophisticated thing that you can attempt to study.
They really are.
Therefore, I rejuvenated my interest and my.
I don't think I knew people were dumb, but I don't ever think I believed I ever accepted that as like an explanation. Like even the dumb people, I still had to know why they did that specific dumb thing.
Yeah.
And I never wrote off like let the fact that they were dumb stop my curiosity of
Yeah. I
still
still
wanting to
observed
know why
them,
they did it.
but I didn't really have an interest in going out of my way to interact with them for a certain
I was
middle
surrounded
period
by
there. Because I lived out in the middle of nowhere, so it was easy to stay around my family and people that weren't dumb and
oh yeah, that
whatever.
does help.
But then everything else became sort of, I studied other things, but then they kind of became predictable, and then I went back around to humans because it's like, oh, they're still like the most mysterious,
That is
complicated thing to study. And they're the only thing
that
I
is the
can't
one
solve.
thing yet that has not exhausted my curiosity.
Yeah, it's like they're infinitely studyable and
Yes.
mysterious.
Yes. Even when you see all the
And there are a
patterns.
few of them out there that I can talk to that I actually the way I rate people is like there's people that are, there's people that find me around and whatever, and I get along with, but there's a special category where it's like they're better in person than the simulation of them in my mind, right? Like they don't disappoint in person. They're actually better than I imagined. Like friends are like, oh, this is what my interaction with this friend will go with, and then in real life it's like, whoa, it's actually better because it's usually the other way. It's like, oh, that was slightly disappointing, slightly below my simulation expectations.
And you said you're an extrovert too, so that's probably where it shows through. And going back to people.
Yeah, that was a realization that I came to, is that I wasn't a proper introvert, and that I actually needed people in order to think.
Yeah.
In certain
me
ways.
too. Absolutely, me too.
And some introverts sometimes is like, I think a certain way while talking to another person that is difficult for me to do by myself internally. I can do a lot of internal thinking, but there's a certain type of thinking that so I end up collecting all of these like, mental things I've thought about, and then when I get to talk to a person that I map them out with.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff we need that help.
Yeah,
like,
because
I can only take myself so far before I need another person to intersect it with to get the additional information I need.
Yeah, I think of it. I've used the metaphor of it's like a video game map, where like you start off and the whole map is dark, And then, so like internally, any parts that I've lit up, I can go back and re-examine and study and do all the thinking about the part of the map that I've already thought about, right? That I've already explored. But it's like, but actual exploratory mapping where I like am just sort of following these, walking these little trails of, light out through the darkness of the Civ map or whatever. That works better with another person. Like I end up tracking things out and then I
Yeah.
end up, finding, and then that gives me stuff to reevaluate the previously, known map too. But yeah, I was disappointed to learn that I was dependent on other people, that I needed them
We're
to do certain
interdependent.
thinking. Yeah.
Interdependent. And I think that's a strength. I think it's good to have a species to be interdependent on.
Yeah. I don't mind. I just, at the moment, it was like, darn, like I can't do all my thinking. I need another people, and finding ones to let me talk at them for hours at a time is tricky.
But Plato said the same thing in the Symposium, that we gradually progress in our development through other people, like finding more and more refined models, or models closer to our authentic self as we develop.
Yeah.
But it's done through this reflection off of others.
Yeah, I agree. I do think, finding sort of the, how far can I refine my model? I feel like that's, the sort of most basic goal, I guess,
Of an
for existing.
intellectual.
I think I think
intellectual
I have
imperative.
this, started with like this this big, block of clay, and then as I experience and think about things, no material is removed. It just gets like, but it starts to have all these pathways through it. It starts to become this sort of labyrinth, this multidimensional labyrinthine thing. And every thought, right, and like thoughts that I thought out a long ways, like it's like a multidimensional Plinko machine, and they go down, and it has it doesn't run into any, things.
Oh my God.
And
I've used the Plinko analogy before, or I've tried to with people, and nobody got it. You're the first person I met
funny.
that I used it with communication. Like when I'm trying to communicate, it's like dropping a Plinko chip, and it might land in the slot I'm trying to reach, but it usually
And
doesn't.
I'm always redesigning where all the pegs are, right? It's like I'm constantly stretching it, and every time it, like the thing I drop in, it hits a wall, then that right, then that part of the sculpture gets readjusted because
So you're able to manipulate the Plinko board in a way
Yeah.
that the contestants couldn't.
So it started out as like one solid thing, right? And then like, well, and then like, so things I've really thought out well, like the thought goes all the way through and it doesn't hit anything, and it's more or less thought out. But whenever it hits a wall, it's like, okay, that spot needs adjusted. So every thought that goes through it, everything you drop through it refines the model,
And
the
then
closer
having
it
other
gets to
people
actual reality, right?
to talk about it with can help you know how to make those adjustments.
Yeah, especially those deeper, further down.
I feel normal today. Thank you.
It's good.
I miss
This is
this. Well, good thing it's all on stream. People can. That's what I love about the streaming. People can take it at their pace, and the doses that the bite-sized chunks they need. They can slow down, speed up, whatever. This is fantastic. Hopefully, we'll be able to bring more of this.
Yeah, no, it's good. So it's always fun to meet, found another human of similar shape, maybe.
It is.
It's always a good day.
Well, I certainly
I'm
enjoy it.
glad you like my sense, because when I saw you I think I saw you on Flow State, and then I was like, or somewhere, anyway, and then I was like, I marked you as intriguing.
Oh.
Shall explore.
Well, I'm glad you did.
And I'm like, okay. You exceeded my expectations, so.
Well, I try to be. I try to be here every day, so like anytime, drop in.
Yeah.
And if you know, bring friends too. If you know others, right? If there's others like us.
I know I could get Kaizo on, probably, because it's funny, his channel turned into a Pan-African channel, but it started off as me and him talking about abstract topics. And then I come around, we did one the other day and everybody liked it, so we're going to do more.
Okay. Is it going to
Try
be
to
on
be
your
more
channel, or
esoteric.
I should subscribe to
Um,
him, right?
I may
How do I
start. I may
find him?
start simulcasting it. If you look for what is his channel called right now? It's usually called Kaisorian Empire.
That sounds familiar, actually. Azorian Empire TV. It came up in a search.
He changes the name of it.
Oh yeah, I recognize the little logo. I think I've seen him either on panels or in the comments.
Yeah, he comes. He's you know, since he knows flow state from before as well. Like it's
Okay,
he comes
I
over
subscribe
sometimes.
now, so
But
I'll
yeah, a lot
check
of
it out.
times it's just Pan African stuff, but what he really likes to do is more abstract stuff, and he'll bring me in, and Ike Ogiyame we'll get him in on sometimes.
You guys understand that? Well, it just is.
There is
It's
no
like
other
being gay.
choice.
Like gay pride was not about gay being anything special, but it was about being happy about who you are. And so in that sense, I don't know it. I don't have a choice. I don't know any other way. So I might as well just
Yeah,
embrace it for what it is.
that's
And
my
if
response.
that's a
Like,
badge of
there's no
honor,
other choice. You might as well, own
right?
it and move on
There's
from
no
there.
fighting it. So, but I don't see it as like a thing that elevates me either. Like it honor or anything. It's just different. That's all.
Yeah, it's
I
not
see.
special. It's just different.
Yeah.
Because there's plenty of downsides and upsides. It's
Well,
like makes you better at
there
some
are.
things and worse at others. Oh, I was gonna. There was this book. There was this YouTuber that wrote it, and I read it years ago. Called "The Curse of the High IQ," and he described that whole thing you were talking about earlier. That was the first time I'd heard it. Was that society is designed for the middle of the bell curve.
Mhm.
That you don't design society for people in wheelchairs.
And I
That's
think
okay.
that's good.
You
I
def
don't
Yeah,
think
and it
society
makes
should be
sense, right?
designed
Like
for
that was
only
the
the
thing. It's
top
like, yeah,
5%.
it's like that's how it is. It's designed for the majority, and that's okay. That's how it should be. And
Mhm.
I was like, okay.
Yeah, I'd rather I can accommodate myself to their system if it's working for most people. I can figure out a way to coexist with it.
Yeah.
I'd
Well,
rather have it the majority of society be taken care of because that stabilizes society.
yeah. Well, I found, it's like I've learned where I fit into certain systems, right? Like a general hierarchical systems. I've learned where I fit into those.
Oh, I'm too sigma. I don't. That's one of my problems is I don't see hierarchy, and that makes it
Well,
difficult to try to fit into one.
well, I don't recognize hierarchy. I understand when a system
But
is like
you're able to
martial
perceive
arts
it.
has it. Well, I think the martial arts helps, right? Because it's super hierarchical, right? And so I've learned to navigate that a long time. I was lucky enough that I started young enough that by the time that I really, they didn't force me to care about it as a little kid. So by the time I really got like pushed to recognize the hierarchy, I already had enough hierarchy. I was high enough in the hierarchy that I could kind of ignore it. But I still had to understand it for some of my students and things. And what I am is I always say I'm the left hand is where I end up being, right? I'm like I don't like I can be in charge somebody, but I don't like being the sort of designated leader, right? Like but because there's limitations that come with that.
Hmm.
But like my instructor, I would describe there was a couple of us, and one guy did all kind of took care of, you know, arranged things and scheduled things and did stuff for our instructor, right? Like as he was supposed to, you're supposed to do stuff for him. And I took care of the weird stuff. I always describe it like sometimes my job was to fall on the sword because I was just like, I fall on the sword because it doesn't hurt me. So that other people don't, right? Like I would pick the fights
Oh yeah, I've
that
done that.
needed picking and take the hits, or I would be the one that said the thing that was going to cause controversy and take the what, right?
Yeah,
Like
I did that the other day
I'm
with the
kind of,
man panel,
yeah, I'm kind of the left hand, right? Like I'm the assassin. I'm
the
the,
bad cop.
yeah,
Yeah.
I take care of the things and I don't really have anybody directly under me. I take care of the general population of the hierarchy. Like I serve them, but I don't directly have anybody under me so that I'm not, they can't be leveraged against me. Because if you have
Oh.
people that you are the main caretaker for, then that can be leveraged against you. Because you have to take them
So
into
you
consideration.
carefully
But
positioned yourself.
I found myself, I realized that was my position. Because like I'm a really high ranked black belt for someone who doesn't have their own school and doesn't, you know, care about certain things. You know, I'm a weird duck, but I have the rank and I have the achievements. Like I've been the world champion in certain things a few times. Like I have the kudo, I have both the structural like requirements, like I have a certain rank of black belt, as well as I have demonstrated that I am actually really good and know what I'm talking about, so that I can get away with so much stuff.
Mhm.
Because they can't call me on anything, because it's like, well, you can't say that I have failed in any way to understand the art or perform it or whatever, right? Like I have no obvious weaknesses. But yeah, I definitely make people mad in hierarchies. I know that.
Yeah. I do
But
too.
yeah.
I don't belong in them. I know enough to know now that I don't belong in it.
Yeah,
That's
but I can be associated with them. I've learned like, okay, this is where, even like in politics, I got into politics and they're like, what do you know about politics? And I'm like, this won't make sense to you, but I've been in international martial taekwondo politics for 20 years. Like, trust me, it's the same thing. It really is. Except we actually get to have it out in a ring sometimes, which is curative. But, you know, politics is just war, but we're pretending it's not. And it's like, you know, it's all very martial. And it's one of those things. I knew how to deal with it. I know how that some people react to me badly because they think I'm a threat to their leadership position. I'm like, you need to understand is I'm not. I don't
Right.
want to be the chair. But
I wonder if
will
there's a
get
way
you
to
what you
is there a way to
want, right? Like, I
communicate
will
that
get
to
you what you want. Turn me loose. I'm your, you know, I'm the go get it done, you know,
do you
kind
tell
of
them that?
offshoot
Like
general. I try to.
you don't have to be threatened by me?
If I can get to where I have a conversation with them.
I'm gonna try that next time.
There are people that are so, it's what I
But
call
maybe I am a
little bitch
threat.
syndrome. That's what I describe them as.
What
It's
is it
like
called?
this little bitch syndrome. That's my term for them. It's like they're so unconsciously they're unconsciously avoidant.
Oh yeah.
Like
Oh my God. That's
like when
all
I
the
ran
people
for
up here.
Congress, the leader of the state party never met with me. And he had 18 months to do so. We had mutual personal friends. There was tons of opportunity. I was the leading candidate for a while. And he was, in the very end, he was 15 feet away from me at a social event at the end of the season, and he still didn't come and talk to me.
Just
And it's
because
like,
it threatened?
it has to be, because it was so illogical that it had to be some sort of weird hang up. Like it was so bizarre. And I pushed it to the end because I started seeing the pattern. And everybody's like, just go introduce yourself to him. And I'm like, look, this is the end. They're like, he's 50. I'm like, it's his job. He's the leader, is to come say hello to me. That's his job. I'm not, and I'm like, I've carried this long enough. I'm like, I'm going to test it to the end. I'm like, I'm going to see. And now I have this thing I can tell people, like, I still haven't met the leader of the state party, even though I met like everyone else and
Oh,
everyone
the
has
same
names.
party you were running in under?
Yes.
Wow. He was on your own team.
Yeah. And I got thrown under the bus, and I know it was him that did it too. That he dropped an earworm, said something about, oh, you're young and she's young and she'll be back, or she's too much a white girl or whatever. But the thing is, and I told everybody, everyone was like, do not be fooled that I'm young. I'm not here for a career. I'm like, there are very specific reasons why I'm running for this very specific race at this specific time. And I'll explain it to you if you want. But I'm like, do not fall for this. I know it's a common thought. Because I'm young does not mean that I'll be back. And I haven't been back since then either.
They don't trust that because they project their own theory of mind, and they would just lie and bullshit and say that to get their agenda met. So they just assume you're lying and bullshitting when you say stuff like that. They don't.
Yeah.
They're not going to fully trust that just because you
Some
say
people believe me though, and then if I can get some people to believe me, other people will believe them sometimes. But unfortunately, it usually takes 3 hours to really. No, being female didn't come into it. The actual nominee was female. I had one of the official nominees to the primary ballot was female that the party approved, but the actual final person who got the nomination, and I'm proud of this, was the only person in any federal or large scale race that was not approved by the party. She was one of my opponents in the primary, and I bowed out and endorsed her. And she was kind of a light version of me. She's a little more introverted, but she's an engineer and a little more palatable than me, right? I've done that. That's sometimes my position, is to give the slightly less intense person cover, where it's like it makes them come off as more normal. But she got the nomination without the party's okay, and I'm so proud of that. It's a rare.
You talk about nationwide. She was the only.
Well, it was in the state. She was running for a federal, for a congressional position, so it was a,
So then the party doesn't
office.
always control the primary process. Like it is possible to get candidates.
99.9% of the time. Yeah, I didn't know how hard they controlled it, but yeah, they curate very strongly who you get to think you're picking between.
But there are ways to break that now and then.
There are ways to go around it. It just requires more work.
Okay, good. You hear that, all of you black pillars and doomers? There's still hope. Our process.
You can bypass the party.
Yep.
I always knew that the best the party would ever do for me would be to stay out of my way. But that's the thing. My theory was always
sounds like that's what he did.
I will fly your. Well, then they got in my way. They tripped me up, right? Like, I was like, you just stay out of the way, leave me alone. The way I thought was like, I will fly your flag, and you can take all the credit for everything I do. Right? Like, I will, if it's something I believe in and I'm like, I want to do this and I think it's worth accomplishing, I'm like, I don't require the credit. I'll fly somebody else's flag, whatever. Just don't get in my way and don't expect me to bow down to you. Right? Like, just leave me alone, let me do my thing, and you can take all the credit and get all the rewards for it. And but they don't. They're not okay with doing that. No,
they're not good. That's a lot of trust to give someone. That would freak them out. She could just do whatever she wants, and we get the credit. What if we don't like it? And
well, then they can disown me, right? Like, that's the thing. If I'm not if they're not officially,
So if they don't like you, they can just get rid of you.
If they don't like me, they can pretend
at any time. They can just say, "We don't like that."
Right, like, you don't have to take credit for me,
but as long as they like you, just let you do.
Yeah.
And as long as you're doing things they like, they can have the credit.
But also that separation, right? Like, if I am sort of separate and kind of a maverick, then they don't have to take credit for what they don't like.
But I think it's the creative freedom and what might reflect on them that comes out of it.
Yeah, but they're so bad that it's another rant. Most people, one of the rarest ways of thinking that I think in my opinion, is what I consider actual strategic thinking. And it amazes me. People use the word all the time, but it's just tactics or sequences of tactics or whatever. It's like applied tactics at best. But actual strategy is, the ability to, like, see the whole war and battlefield. And this is how you get to there.
Yeah.
That seems apparently very rare, because that was it. It was funny. I learned all these things, these details that sort of changed the battlefield about this particular race and made it open to upset, right? For like the first time in 30 years. I'm like, this race could be upset. It could flip. And I told people that should know these things, right? And they had no idea, right? Like, there was a huge population shift. So this one city was no longer controlling the district. It shifted to a different city. It's a huge deal, right? Huge changes in the map, and nobody knew, and it was very frustrating. But I don't know. But yeah, I came to realize why the Republican Party in this particular state usually loses. The simple description is they have a internalized thought process and sort of approach and set of sequence tactics that what they achieve is they fight the image that they fight very hard for second place. But that's because if they didn't fight hard for second place, they would be replaced, right? Like, if they failed horribly, they would be replaced. But if they just barely miss the mark, people go,
they can keep going.
Then people will let them try again, right? Because it looks like they were close. Well, they fought hard for second place.
That's what Trump did the first time or two.
But the thing is sometimes the tactics that get you to fight hard to barely second place are totally different path than would be required to actually have a shot at winning. Like, it's not like, oh, a slight change. It's like, no, you need to approach it completely differently. But you might fail harder too. That's why they don't like to do it. It's like, you want to win harder, you got to risk failing harder.
Yeah. How many people like
don't do that.
you do you think are out there? We need at least a few in every state. I feel like we could make such
I don't
a
know.
change.
Honestly, Trump is the only person that I know of in politics that I would say is that kind of a person. Like,
I would put you way before Trump if I had the choice.
he can think.
He should consider you
strategically.
for VP, actually.
He understood that he was not part of the group, and he understood how to achieve.
And
how
he's
to
like, I
go
want
about
this
it.
anyway. Let me.
Right, but he
I'll
understood
figure out how to do it.
given his position and given his personality and sort of thing. Like, he made the right moves.
Yeah.
And a lot of people critiqued him on them because they were not what I would call a normalizing or moderating tactic. They didn't minimize risk. He took a lot of non-risk minimizing moves, but they were the correct moves. He actually takes the correct move to give him the best chance for whatever it is he's trying to get more often than not, which is actually very impressive.
You don't think he's strategic, right? He does seem very big picture to me.
No, I think he's more unconscious about it.
Oh.
Like, I think he's I mean, honestly, I would type him as like a type 8 ESTP. He's my sister. No. But, Taylor's nerdier, though. He's a nerdy ESTP, so he's not a good example.
You find him nerd? Yeah, I guess he has a nerdy side to him, but
he hides it.
He's not strong in logic, though.
Taylor? Or, I mean, Post-State?
Yeah.
He's actually pretty good at it. He just doesn't.
Well, do you know that he's not a flat earther? He denies the heliocentric view of the universe because the physics don't map out.
He gets down rabbit holes, and it takes him a long time to work his way out, because ESTPs, he's better than most, but they can't like logic through a thing for more than about 2 hours. That's the average mark. I can have really detailed conversations with ESTPs for 2 hours at a time.
So is that what he gets stuck in, stupidity for not being able to complete the rabbit hole, and he just convinces himself that.
So he gets a ways down, and then he also has bad NI in MBTI terms, right? His NI is not very good, so he doesn't get rescued by his intuition. His intuition.
And he doesn't let other people be the voice of that either, because that's where I come in, and I try to not rescue, but I try to point out where the flaws, and he doesn't. That's where the defense kicked in. Yeah. So he doesn't
but I've known
allow.
him long enough to see his mind change on things. So he does change his mind eventually. But he also is an 8, and he likes to have controversial opinions. So he leans into some of it. I know, like I would guess that a lot of people on his that hang out on his channel have no idea how much of a literary nerd he is. Like, how much he's a very good writer and reader, and has read a ton of books.
He does read.
Oh, he reads a ton.
That's a credit to him then, because nobody reads anymore at all.
He's a big reader. He's actually, I mean, I consider him very skilled with the English language, which I consider very few people.
Yeah, he's about better than me, I think. For sure.
Yeah, like that. But he doesn't play it up. He plays the the frat boy jock kind of, he plays that character. But like I said, he thought he was an ENTP for years the first few years I knew him.
So he's not deliberately choosing to be stupid. He actually is stuck in these little ruts of
there's some
ignorance.
He's deliberately being stupid, but he also does sometimes genuinely sort of get himself stuck in a rabbit hole.
Oh, well, he's good then, because that's too confusing for me to sort out.
Because he is confusing, because he's smarter than he generally portrays. But
he's legitimately stupid in the areas where he's stupid.
But legitimately, he can get stuck on a bizarrely illogical idea for extended periods of time.
Okay.
And I guess the other thing is, it's like I can ponder those ideas, but I'd have to sort of live them. I don't have to incorporate them to contemplate them. I think maybe that's it. I hadn't thought about it that way. Maybe he has to almost incorporate it in order to contemplate it.
I don't think he does, though. I think he adopts them, and if they sound good enough, he just accepts it, runs with it.
Yeah, well, I've seen him think through some things. Like I said, he doesn't really do it in
And
when
his
he's in like the
heuristic
public
seems to
forum.
be what will make the best content more than what's
Yeah.
correspondent to reality.
No, I mean his show is tactical. I
Yeah.
would say that. And I mean it's funny because I've tried to go on a panel. Like I don't have that much fun hanging out on his panel.
Oh, I don't even
talked
go
to
on
him-
this panel anymore.
I talk to him after it's over. I'm basically going over there for visibility.
Oh, he's
And
streaming now, in
And
fact.
we're good enough friends, he'll let me on. It's like, and he knows I'm not a problem. And I sometimes will throw in a quip or, occasionally I assume there will become a topic where I'll have something to say. But I talk to him and Katie after the stream and in private and stuff.
Oh. The title is Did Flow State Run from Debating Andrew Wilson? I didn't even know he was supposed to. I knew about the based oracle thing.
But yeah. No, it's funny because it's like no one, the panel, that's one of the weirdest things about what I guess is the panel verse and this sort of stuff is it's like when I know people outside of the public, even some of most of them I met in something similar to this, it's like once I know them behind the scenes, it's like, it's fun to watch the difference. And, but I mean, as long as
So he
I'm
is different behind the scenes? Interesting.
to a certain extent, yeah. I mean, he's much more laid back and just, I can calmly sit and have a conversation.
Because there's not an audience.
Yeah.
Or
I
a
mean,
mass
I'm
audience.
different in front of an audience than I am, but not as much, and it depends on what I'm doing. But my public persona is more nerdy, and I don't have to. I'm discerning about what I say in front of an audience, but I don't modulate my personality a whole lot, I guess, is what I would say.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm horrible at it. And masking and all.
What I tend to do is I segregate types of information or topics, right? So like, but I've been in the public eye in one way or the other, at least regionally, for most of my life because I'm kind of hard to miss. I do a lot of things, and I end up making it in the newspaper and stuff as a little kid, and so I'm well enough known. And my dad was a little infamous for certain things too. So in this region, but it's so I've come to, but it's one of those things. There are things that nobody knows except privately that I don't put out in the public sphere. But I have so much stuff that's already out in the public sphere that there's no point in trying to hide it or not talk about it. So.
Not laws. I answered this a while back. I have several streams. I covered very specific policies related to equity, DEI, Biden's equity order 18495 or something, and then the mental health strategy too. So I have certainly put forth specific policies.
I would expand that to be that most politicians can't specify the details of how policies work. They're mostly run around with a suited set of bumper sticker answers to things. And people expect the bumper sticker answers. They're like, which bumper sticker on this topic does this politician espouse? Because there's a lot of issues that that are too complicated for.
And honestly,
but
if
people
you
don't want to
don't
hear a 10-minute conversation on healthcare. They want to hear 2 lines that make them feel good.
I'm being called to Survivor, it looks like. Honestly, not laws. If you don't like his environment, I don't know what they are, but if you don't like them, then don't vote for him. It doesn't sound like you're going to vote for him anyway. So you are perfect. Well, you're not in the U.S., but in the U.S., you are perfectly in your right to not vote for someone because you don't like their policy on something. People do that all the time. So regardless of what his policy is, if somebody didn't like it, then they would just vote for the other person. It's not that big of a thing. Well, he doesn't. He does have policies because if you read his executive order against wokeness, that's very much a policy that is very detailed. I resonate with. So just that policy alone would probably get my vote. But
he has a lot of policies.
He just has to not be Biden's policies. For me, he just has to not be Biden's policies. He doesn't have to necessarily have his own policies yet.
Yeah. I know Trump has policies because I disagree with plenty of them. But the balance is it's still there's at least more agreeable ones, or what I think are at least non-destructive or reasonably functional ones than the alternative. And if anybody wants to know, I'm basically, sadly, because I love the complexities of politics, but sadly, I'm essentially a one-issue voter, and that's Second Amendment.
Oh, really? I'm first, but second's important too. They're all kind of tied together for me.
Well, the first is with it. It's just at least in the last few years, there's been a lot of direct. That's been the way I always see it is that if the second falls, so does the first. They kind of are so intrinsically tied to each other, because without the second, you can't protect the first. But
well, hang on. All the double speak is coming from your side with all the language game shit. So I call it wokeness because I know what I mean when I say it. I'm open to some other term, but I have a feeling that's not the main barrier in our conversations anyway. Yes, they're real. I did whole streams on this stuff. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is real. They have entire government departments named that, and they're putting out policies around systemic racism, implicit bias, and all this other stuff that has no scientific backing. This is true. I call it the conspiracy theory that's turning out to be true, because every time I look into it, I find more and more actual concrete policy built around this.
yeah,
All right,
they're,
Frank,
they're
I'm coming.
imposing it on lots of private businesses too.
Yes,
I'm
they
aware
are
of
an
several.
ESG and all that stuff. That lady just got kicked off American Airlines for using the wrong pronoun. I played the video the other day.
On the good news on that front, Tractor Supply Company has sort of for about a year and a half, like all this has been coming out about they had a bunch of woke BS behind the scenes in their and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, you're a feed store, so that's not going to go over well with your general customer base, Tractor Supply Company. Anyway, they backed off of it like last week because everybody kind of finally started going in, and we're like, all right, nope, no more Tractor Supply, and people spend many thousands of dollars at a time at a feed store and on a regular basis, on a recurring basis. So to disown, and anyway, so they backed off of it, and because people really in the last month or so started going, okay, your time is up. We've heard all this stuff, and it's been all proven, so we're out, all the agriculture community and stuff, and so that was a happy news.
Do you have anything you want to wrap up with? I need to go take care of this troll.
I'm good. It was fun. Nice to meet you.
You too. Definitely fun. Come back and let's do more.
In depth. Nice to have meet you at a deeper level. That was fun.
You as well. Thank you very much.
I anticipate future good conversations.
Same here. Well, take care. Good seeing you. All right, Frank, I'm on my way. All right, thanks everyone. Go and hang out on Discord, Survivor, that 1985 massacre movie, American Revolution, all kind of shit. See you there or tomorrow. Take care.